Good morning. I request for you to be, please be seated. We'll begin our encounter in Central America. I'll invite you to please be seated. In a few seconds, we'll begin with our great event. Welcome, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you for joining us today. I was requested to please, you have some simultaneous interpretation equipment at entrance, so you can go ahead and grab your headphones. I'm Jorge Alfredo Vargas. From this morning, I'll be your host in this important event, People, Nation, and Climate in Latin America and the Caribbean, organized by the Rockefeller Foundation, WWF Colombia, and the Compass Foundation with the support of the Mayor's Office of Bogotá, WWF Colombia, in Alliance, Biodiversity, SEAT, and the Global Initiative for People and the Planet. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. And to begin with this day, we welcome the organizers of this event. We'll invite Dr. Rafish Shah, President of the Rockefeller Foundation. We're going to have a brief video about their work or the work of this organization. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Buenos días a todos. Lo siento.
But it is wonderful to be here. I want to start just by thanking President Juan Manuel Santos, who, as you all know, is also a trustee of the Rockefeller Foundation, and together with his entire team at the Compass Foundation, and of course with Maria Clemencia, we're so thrilled to be partnering and hosting today with you and with your leadership. I also want to thank Sandra Valenzuela and the team at WWF Colombia. What a great team and what great work that you do, and it's exciting to be here. And one of the things we're most excited about is for our team at the Rockefeller Foundation to meet you through the course of today. And so here, I think in the front row are my colleagues Liz Yee, Eileen O'Connor, Naveen Rao, Eason Jordan, and others spread throughout the day and the session. I hope you'll get a chance to meet and interact with them through the course of the day. On behalf of all of our co-hosts, thank you so much for being a part of this important convening. We at the Rockefeller Foundation are extremely excited to be here, in part because we have an announcement to make. And that is that the Rockefeller Foundation, for the first time in decades, is establishing an office here in the region, in fact, here in Bogotá, in Colombia, and we are excited to be doing so. The goal of our effort here is to better collaborate with you, with the country, the region, and the change agents who are so committed to fighting climate change in a way that extends the reach of dignity and opportunity to everyone. In fact, the Foundation has worked actively in the region since the 1930s. And since that time, our foundation, really from its founding, has been focused on taking on big challenges and making big bets. Back many, many years ago, we called that scientific philanthropy. The idea was bringing together scientists and innovators, unlikely partners in the public sector and the private sector, and sharing a commitment to serving those who are vulnerable by measuring results, sticking with our initiatives until they work, and learning from each other. This approach to scientific philanthropy has led us, together with you, over the last century to do some extraordinary things, developing vaccines that have protected billions of people, launching an agricultural green revolution, which started right here in this region, and of course has institutes like SEAT that are very much a part of that story. Establishing world-class universities and supporting fellowships here in Colombia, throughout the region, and in fact, around the world. Today, our efforts are focused on extending that mission of supporting those who are vulnerable by fighting climate change. I think everyone here knows that we are on a path to 2.5 or 3 degrees warming, that would be devastating, especially for those communities that are most vulnerable. That's why last year, the Foundation, under President Santos's leadership and the rest of our Board of Trustees, committed $1 billion to fight the climate crisis, even as we work to advance human opportunity. We also committed to being net zero in our operations and to targeting net zero in the investment management of our endowment resources. That's particularly important to us because the Rockefeller Foundation, as you might imagine, was founded with resources from the fossil fuel industry and from, in fact, its first great institution, Standard Oil. Our effort to expend these resources will be focused on what our partners believe it takes to win this fight: expanding climate leadership at home and around the world, unlocking climate finance in an era when it's much needed, and working with you to transform systems in energy, food, and health. In fact, our largest single investment is to create the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which is working throughout the LAC region to reach more than 120 million people with renewable electrification, including 18,000 energy communities here in Colombia that simply don't have access to electricity, people who live in what we still call energy poverty. We're eager to work with innovators in the LAC region, public and private, to transform food systems. We believe the path to regenerative food and agriculture should include efforts to expand school feeding to every child, 700 million children around this planet that need a healthy school meal. We met yesterday with colleagues who've showed us that it's possible to dramatically reduce the greenhouse gas footprint of cattle farming, and that it's possible to transform the carbon footprint of grain production at scale. In health, we know that the future of public health will in fact depend on understanding weather patterns and how to integrate them into our own public health thinking, for both understanding and preventing communicable diseases like dengue and addressing rising non-communicable diseases that are associated with increasing episodes of extreme heat. And we know the world is woefully short on climate finance for these endeavors. In fact, President Santos reminds us at almost every board meeting that we can't win the fight against climate change until world leaders come together and make the trillions of dollars, public and private, available to invest in a transition. And I'll give you just one statistic to share with you how dire the current situation is. In 2014, there was a net flow of public resources of $225 billion from developed countries to developing and emerging economies. This year, that number will be negative $50 billion. Net outflows at a time that we expect massive new investments to be made in fighting climate change in a manner that's just. We have to use the G20, the COP16, and the COP30, all hosted in this region, to turn that around. Fortunately, many of you are already working on all of these issues. And I'm proud to announce today that several of our inaugural Big Bets Climate Fellows, who are working with the Rockefeller Foundation, are here in the audience with us today. Our first cohort of fellows includes 16 leaders from across Latin America and Caribbean working to make climate action real. Marcela Angel is a research program director at MIT who is working to prevent landslide deaths with data and community action. Her efforts were developed in the city of Mocoa. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Did I do okay? Mocoa, sorry, here in Colombia. And we believe that she's developed a model that can be shared around the world. Daniela Orofino leads a movement of more than 20,000 activists and 300 partners who are committed to protecting the Amazon and its peoples. Her efforts include setting a goal of legally converting 57 million hectares of Brazil's unallocated public lands into indigenous territories, national parks, and conservation units. Valmir Ortega is a geographer working to revolutionize sustainable agriculture by restoring degraded land and boosting diversified agroforestry. He's currently operating in 5 states in Brazil, and his project aims to protect against deforestation here and around the world. These are just a few of the examples that we're proud to be associated with, and I think we're going to hear from both Daniela and Valmir later today. That's the spirit in which we're opening our office and hoping to be present, learning from you, partnering with you, and advancing the fight to make sure that climate action serves people in practical ways. And I just want to say in conclusion that my last visit here was almost a decade ago. I had a chance to meet with then President Santos and a chance to visit an extraordinary rural community with the then agriculture minister. And we got in these helicopters and went out there, and I remember as we were landing, I was just awed by the lush, green, hilly terrain. We landed and went to a ceremony where the government was offering land titles back to farmers, almost all women in that event, who had been displaced from their farms through the conflict and were now, through the peace process, being brought back to their homes and being provided their land. And a friend of mine yesterday shared with me a photo I took that was taken from that session when I got to hand one of these wonderful women who had been through so much and her family had been through so much, her title to her family farm. And she gave me a hug and we both started tearing up. And I just thought, this is a place in Colombia with leaders like President Santos that teach us that even in the midst of difficult contexts and conflict, we can be hopeful and we can be optimistic. And so there is no better place for the Rockefeller Foundation to anchor our new presence in Latin America and the Caribbean. There's no better partner than President Santos, whom you will hear from in just a moment. And we very much hope to work with you to make this vision of success a reality into the future. Thank you.
The single greatest opportunity we have is to see the climate transition as the biggest opportunity humanity's had to make a difference.
Make a difference in the lives of people who today don't have electricity or who suffer the problems of a drought that's gone on for 40 years.
Suffering the extreme weather events every year.
We're suffering because of the health impacts of climate change.
Climate change is a cross-sectoral issue, and you can't go with a siloed approach.
We have to do this together. It's not you against us, it's we.
We need to act swiftly and boldly and take urgent collective action by putting a lot of focus on national development plans.
This is about people development, and people development means matching the needs of our people while matching the needs of our planet.
The world needs bigger ideas.
Demonstrating that through radical collaboration we can achieve unprecedented results.
Because it's the solutions that come out of everyone doing their piece to get out the ambition that we need. Cannot be done by anyone alone.
It's going to take this kind of creativity, this kind of commitment by people to make it happen.
I think we have a powerful opportunity to make a profound difference, to do the shaping of the next decades starting right now.
Can you paint a picture for us of what a greener century would look like?
It's so exciting. You could imagine that for the first time, 1 billion people on this planet are moving themselves out of poverty through access to solar and wind and local microgrids, and power small businesses that create rural livelihoods that lift up the poorest people on the planet. I can imagine countries expanding their school meal programs to make sure that no kid on this planet goes hungry, and then tying those school meals to sustainable, renewable, regenerative agriculture. To win the fight, we have to change the mindset of what we're doing. We can't really go after incremental solutions. We have to be bolder than that, and we have to move with much, much greater urgency. And what could be more inspiring or more important than that task? And that's what I think is at stake.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida al fundador de la Fundación Compás, Juan Manuel Santos.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Quiero comenzar por agradecerle a la Fundación Rockefeller, a su presidente Ralph Shah, a todo su equipo, el patrocinio de este evento, pero sobre todo la decisión
of coming back to Latin America and choosing Colombia as headquarters of the main headquarters that they're going to set here. It's a good news for the region, a good news for Colombia, because the Rockefeller Foundation is one of the most important institutions and most effective institutions in what they do around the world. I know that because I'm part of the board, the wonderful work they do in Africa and India and in Asia in general, and that's good that they're coming back to Latin America. So I also want to thank all those who were to make this event possible, to WWF, the team of Compass Foundation. I need to highlight Natalia Roa. She's a very important person. The support of the mayor's office, all this setting, all this infrastructure, the mayor's office, Sandra Borda, the WCC of Colombia. I'm part of the directive board of the Wildlife Conservation Society and the Alliance Biodiversity International, SIAT. Many of you, or most of you, all of you know the wonderful work that Juan Lucas and what this team, and they know this extremely well, and all the allies that contributed for today's event. I want to thank you. Many people ask me, and why did you become green? The reason, the story is very simple. I didn't deny it, but I was like most of the citizens of this planet. I think I was indifferent. The nature was there, and I was not aware of what was happening with the climate change. But when I became president, the following day I had to go to the flooding we had due to the Niña phenomenon that hit us very hard back in 2010 and 2011. So when I saw what was happening, mostly all over the country, and how do you manage that? What's happening? Why is this happening? So we called a group of international experts to come here and teach us what's happening. Among them, Al Gore. He has won the Nobel Prize award, especially for his activity on climate change. I spent 2 days with him, and to me, it was like 4 years of college. He taught me the importance of biodiversity. He told me what it meant, climate change meant, the importance of Colombia within that environmental world, of our richness in matters of biodiversity. Others contributed to build a number of institutions that fortunately we have to face the challenge of the climate change. There, I started to see the importance of fighting against climate change, and more I studied and learned, more I get excited about it, and more I get concerned. And that's the reason in my government we developed a very aggressive environmental policy. We reopened the environment ministry. The former president fused that with the housing ministry, and we gave more importance to that. Many of them are here today. Some of them environment ministries, and we developed a very aggressive policy. All governors, when they look backwards and the journalists ask them, what frustration you have? What you think you could have done it and you didn't? And we all say, we wish we had done more. In this environmental part, it happens the same thing. Despite everything we did, 42 million hectares today are protected, or more than 20% in our country, but we have to protect even more. The most important park in the world, Chiribiquete Park, we made the decision of expanding that from 1.2 million hectares to 4.3 millions of hectares. And we gave over 1 million hectares to the Huitoto people to protect the park. We should have done more.
The marine areas, we multiplied them. We had 1.3% of protected marine ocean areas, and we multiplied it by 10 to 13%, and we complied with the Yachi goal in the protection of marine areas, but we need to do more. In Malpelo, I remember well, we increased it, multiplied it by 4. With the highlands, the páramos in Spanish, we could have done more. We separated, bordered the 35 highlands we have in Colombia, but we could have had a more effective mechanism to protect those highlands, which are ecosystems very important for the South American Andes, and 50% are in Colombia, and those are water factories. 70% of our rivers come from the páramos or highlands. Joe Watson from WCS was in Chingasa 2 days ago, and he was telling me, and he has been everywhere in the world. I haven't seen such an unbelievable ecosystem like the Chingasa highland. The wetlands, the bot, they're super rich in biodiversity. We gave them lots of importance. From 570,000 hectares, we increased them to 1.8 million hectares. Just to consider them, the Ramsar category. And I remember the last one we named, we gave this category to, was this place where the pink dolphins are born in the Amazon basin. This is very important, but we need to do much more. Within the process, you realize that even though you might work and work, the environment keeps deteriorating. We keep aggressively attacking nature, and that's why we have nowadays these important challenges that in this meeting we will try to identify and find out what we can do at a local level, how we can create synergies. I was telling Raj, Rockefeller Foundation has to have allies like the ones we have for this event to happen, but to work also in the regions. At Congo, which is close to what we have in the Amazon basin, we're in a critical time. Scientists are saying, and I worked with another group, the Guardians of the Planet. We have here the fairy. We even have actors like Robert Redford promoting the thesis of the scientists about the 9 borders in the world that we cannot overcome, but we have overcome 6 of them. We have to be aware of this phenomena on how to go back, how to reverse these trends. We already did in one of these borders, the ozone layer. Remember, we had a hole in the ozone layer and we were able to cover it due to the international cooperation because of the leadership of several world leaders, of several champions, as well as the sense of urgency. The scientists of Planetary Guardians are based on science, and they're saying we have only 6 years to reverse the ascending trend of global warming, or we can get to a no return point. Same thing is being said by scientists who are studying the Amazon basin. The Amazon is about to a situation where instead of being a receiver of carbon, ends up becoming an emitter of carbon. Imagine what this would mean for the world in the biggest lung of the planet. Therefore, this is super important, and being aware at every level. And that's what this event is about. But we need to do this event in many other and thousands of other places. As the president of Rockefeller Foundation was saying, this has to do with poverty. The most vulnerable are the ones to suffer the most. The increase of temperatures, this year we had the highest temperatures, same as last year. Every single year we're having the highest temperatures, historically speaking. That's why we have to double up efforts. And I'm going to repeat this thousands of times. What the elders say, another group I am part of too, trying to convince the world leaders for them to make difficult and long-term decisions, and that due to the elections in 4 or 5 years, for them not to stop doing it as they are doing in Germany, the United States. The commitments that were acquired and that were announced with a fanfare, they're abolishing them due to political reasons in the short term, and that takes us to doom. Therefore, the question is making audacious, bold decisions, having the courage to implement long-term decisions, even though they might be costly. That's the only way we can save the planet. Another relationship, something else that encourages me, is the relationship between climate change and peace. Climate change is generating certain displacements, huge displacements in Africa as well as in Latin America, but mostly in Africa and Asia, and this generates conflicts. If we have a direct relationship between climate change, environment, nature, and peace, we have lived this in Colombia, and with this I would like to finish just an anecdote. It's very calling and illustrative. On the 2nd of July of 2008, 2nd of July 2008. The presidential airplane, the Fokker or Fokker 002, went to pick up the 15 kidnapped members in Sumapaz without shedding a blood drop. That was what took FARC to negotiate peace. That was exactly on the 2nd of July of 2008. 10 years later, on the 2nd of July of 2008, in that same airplane, we traveled with a group of scientists and international personalities to the same place. We landed at San Vicente del Caguán, and then we went to declare this Chiribiquete Park as the natural patrimony and cultural patrimony of humanity. Before these petroglyphs, simultaneously, and thanks to peace, political peace, more than 100 expeditions were created. They were called Colombia, just to research about the species which hadn't been discovered yet, about their biodiversity, and these expeditions are giving huge results. Our biodiversity is infinite. And that was thanks to peace signed with FARC. Peace with nature will also allow us to keep on making progress in the fight against poverty. Everything is interconnected. And finally, I want to highlight that the effort made during so long in the government and later on in the aspects where Colombia participated integratedly, the objectives of peace are conditions to keep peace with nature and among humans. That was a Colombian initiative. I think Paula Caballero is here. I don't know if she's right now, but she will be here at some point. She was the person who got to presidency and told me, "Presently, do you want to be a world leader?" And I said, "Obviously." So she told me, "Support me to start a process of multilateral diplomacy to sell the idea of transforming the Millennium Objectives to new ones, including the environmental component and the responsibility on behalf of the rich countries." And she and the Vice Chancellor Patti Londoño and the Chancellor Maria Holguín at the summit of Rio 2020, they accepted these objectives, these goals, and in the General Assembly, I remember there are representatives of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation. He was the Secretary General, and I shed my tears telling him when the whole assembly was present without any abstention. All the countries approved these goals in sustainable development, which unfortunately in many countries have not had the follow-up necessary, since they should, being it an important component to save the planet and to be able to have peace with nature. Thank you for your presence and attention here, and I hope this might be interesting for you. We have unbelievable panels, very diverse, with experts who are going to show us and teach us about the challenge we have before us. Thank you. Let us see a brief video sent by Simon Spills, Secretary of the Framework Convention about Climate Change from the United Nations.
This region is a wonder, home to half the world's species, almost a third of its fresh water, and a quarter of all forests. But it also already seen terrible climate impacts, horrific fires burning through Chile and deadly rainfall in Brazil. Just a few short weeks ago, I stood on the island of Carriacou, my home, bearing witness to the havoc wreaked by Hurricane Beryl. These crises are devastating. Where possible, we need to make them opportunities for better, cleaner economic growth, to promote new industries, to protect ways of life, and to live in harmony with the natural world. Latin America and the Caribbean will be a huge part of the solution to climate and biodiversity crises we face. At COP16 in Cali and COP30 in Belém, we must make progress on fighting climate change and protecting biodiversity. And we must make sure the solutions to these problems are as closely intertwined as the crises we face. Governments must now come up with national plans to protect and restore nature and to fight the climate crisis, as well as the funds to deliver them. I would be remiss if I didn't also make a specific ask. One of the most powerful tools at our disposal to drive progress towards our shared agendas are national adaptation plans, or NAPs. So far, 16 countries in the LAC region have submitted their plans. It is paramount that we all invest time and energy in making sure everyone has a plan and making sure every plan is implemented. Thank you to the Rockefeller Foundation, WWF Colombia, and the Compass Foundation and other supporting partners for organizing this important event. I look forward to making progress together. I thank you.
Let's welcome Executive Director Sandra Valenzuela from WWF. Worldwide Foundation. Good morning, everyone here. It's my pleasure to be here. I cannot deny I am shaken. I am very encouraged to generate this encounter for people, nature, and climate in the calling for action at COP16 and COP30. Rahish Shah. I hope I pronounced it well. President of Rockefeller Foundation, welcome to Latin America and to Colombia. Mr. Ex-President, founder of Compass and Executive Director of Rockefeller Foundation, Mr. Juan Manuel Santos. Thank you for working in alliance with WWF Colombia, not only now from the Compass Foundation and from Rockefeller, but from as President of Republic, because many of the milestones we reached, we agreed upon and had was thank you for your work for Foundation Santo Domingo Arcos and the Directive of National Parks. Thank you for having left a legacy and a heritage for Colombia during your presidentship periods, your 2 periods, not only in conservation but in construction of territorial and environmental peace that Colombia, the region, and the world requires. Now, this encounter of colleagues, of friends, and thanks for everyone who is here, is peace, nature, and climate. And this is not for free. We all know we are in a triple crisis. A crisis affected by the loss of ecosystems of species, but also the affection of health for humans. And it is generating more inequity and multi-dimensional poverty, not only in Colombia, but in the region and worldwide. Therefore, this triple crisis, and we see this report, we see the panel of experts which says that the Amazon basin is in a no return point. But what's more terrible is that it articulates with other points of no return of the Arctic, the Oceania, the Himalayas, the tropical forests of Congo, Indonesia, South Pacific, the Andean region, because we're farther than the planetary limits, borders. Therefore, this is a call to action in thinking at this point about a new social agreement, a new pact for people, nature, and climate, but based in the recognition of rights, of territory as a victim, and the different kinds of conflict for natural access, for non-renewable and renewable elements, for the right to the being and the self of communities and people.
That's why it's not free trying to get the social pact and economical pact based on that inclusion, based on that acknowledgement, but also based on those limits set by nature. Those limits aim to have an economical transformation. The responsibility is not for the environment. The environment needs to make a call for the mines, transportation, agriculture, education, and health, etc., etc. And that's the reason why we are looking for that convergence of different public policies for a common goal, which is acknowledging the rights of people in our communities, nature, and the reversion of climate effects based on a common vision as a country, on a unified policy to common visions, and to really be able to contribute to our sustainable development goals that seek for wealth distribution and more social equity, which is the compliance, as Mr. President, which is the commitment of those OCDs. In addition to that, we cannot transform that economical transformation without generating a commitment from all of us, each of us, by the citizens. The reason we have today, we have the voices of the cities, but if we don't engage the youth, today we have the voice of the youth here. If we don't engage the private company, the financial sector, or the financial industry, if we don't understand the relation with the human health, and obviously the acknowledgement to the rights of the territory, their voices, their women. In that regard, also, we have to think about our food, agriculture, as a transversal part of our systemic transformation that our country needs. They not only contribute for the loss of biodiversity or nature, but also contributes to the degradation. Therefore, we need to have the government voices and non-governmental and our voices to produce our food based on nature and to generate agriculture that reduces the climate change effects and the land degradation, but also that contributes to our human health. That's why our meeting is called People, Nature, and Climate. And all the agenda seeks to call all the governments, the non-governmental entities, the civil society, the youth, the women group to have more ambition. It's not just any ambition, and the integration of the climate, nature, entities and sustainable agents. So one of those sustainable development goals, which is the territorial peace and the environmental peace, the goal 14, that should be our axle that integrates the three agendas. Having said that, I conclude thanking all the allies, because the sustainable development goal 17 is here. The alliances with public-private sectors welcome Rockefeller Foundation to add to this alliance. It's a counter-alliance. We're all allies and we are seeking the same goal, but also we need to be a platform to articulate our region and comply the sustainable development goal to a financial mobilization, but also a reduction of loss of nature, a reduction of the climate change effects, and also to generate alternatives to adapt to that change and reduce the vulnerability of all of us, and also to generate health towards our food, our agriculture, and energetic transition, democratizing the same. Welcome everyone, please contribute, call for action to have more ambition, because we together can do it. That's our goal here. We need to make a call to the government, those who come to the COP16. Latin America has been the center of many of the global decisions. We signed the Biological Diversity Agreement. The Sustainable Development Goals were assigned. One of the most important conferences for environmental happened in Lima. It did define the indicators and the commitments by different governments called the MSS. So in Latin America, we have the golden opportunity to be an example, not only at the regional level, but globally. That call for ambition and integration for these three agendas. We have the COP16, we have COP30, and we have, in the middle, we have the United Nations calling for integration and nexus to safety, climate, nature, and people. Please make it possible, because it's in our hands to call for that action and to have a more commitment. Welcome to our gathering for people, nature, and climate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Then we'll start the encounter People, Nature, and Climate, Latin American and Caribbean, organized by the Rockefeller Foundation, WWF, and the Compass Foundation, with the first conversation, Making Peace with Nature, experiences from the territories, where three women leaders participate. Sineida Viveros, she's a Inga women coordinator of the Condagua Reservation. Welcome. We also invite Elizabeth Moreno, human rights defender, coordinator of the Interethnic Forum in El Chocó. Yanire Arizmendi, director of the Association of Owners of National Reserves of the Orinoco Civil Society, ASO Orinoquia. This forum will be moderated by the executive director of WWF Colombia, Sandra Valenzuela. Thank you very much. I don't know if I'm more nervous being here or giving you the introductory word, because I got very excited being here with three women leaders from our territories, three voices that, how to say it, they generate the voice not only of the territory, but also generate the voice of their communities, the voice of Colombia. and the voice as a woman. Here we have the Amazons, and having said the Amazons in the Putumayo area, and also in the Inga territory, we can also say that it's part of the transition zone to the Andean zone. Nobody knows that the Putumayo River is born from the Los Andes, but we also have our leader, Afro-descendant leader, defending the Atrato Pacific, its human rights. San Juan, we saw this on the news a couple of days ago with an increment on the conflict. Here we have a leader, women, generating territorial peace and environmental peace and defending those human rights of the Afro-descendant communities. And we have a peasant leader come from the Casanare region, generating a complete network from the peasants to the constructive for production. So then you will understand why I'm so nervous, because we have a lot to learn from those voices coming from the territory and the voice coming from women. So with this, I want to begin with this conversatory, asking our three leaders, what's the role of women to that environmental peace and that territorial peace? And for them to tell us from their own experiences, how do you do it? How we all should do it? Good morning, everyone. I think you already introduced me. You know I'm a Inga woman. Why us as women are part of this care of our motherland? Why do we say nature, but to us it's motherland? Because women is the one who gives love. It's a love-giving person. We are part of the motherland. As women, we have a big responsibility in our territories. How to do it with our bare feet, so you can feel our sickness, the sickness in our lands and territory. Although our indigenous populations, every generation we care for our motherland, for our nature, but we are only getting acknowledged for that work. But it has been very difficult for our indigenous people, our warriors, women that fight for our territory, because we are alone. We feel alone in this territory. We are love. We are life givers, and this is our motherland. We've been trashing our land more and more, as my colleague told us yesterday. Hugh Ferris, I don't know his name. He said that bringing energy to the most remote populations, energy, how do you say it? Renewable energy. And I got concerned due to my ignorance that the renewable energy, what would that bring? It will bring. What's the raw material of that renewable energy? Although in our Putumayo department, we have a giant that can affect all our Amazons. We have all the hydric basins in the Amazons. There is where everything is born, and we have a huge monster, as the elders say. We have copper. To us, that's important, but today they want to extract that, and that really concerns us. Good morning, everyone. I come from one of the the richest regions in the country, but at the same time, the poorest regions. Due to the armed conflict, we suffer through the history, but also by the lack of opportunities that we have, men as well as women and children, in a territory we have where we Afro-descendants and Indigenous live. I come from an area in Chocó. The responsibility that women have regarding the worth of Afro-descendant peasants and mixed population, we are women that give life, we give hope. And that connection with nature, with the land, led us to have more responsibility with ourselves, with nature, and also for our territory and for our country. Today, as change generators of hope and opportunity, transforming our thoughts, our territories, is connected with caring nature, with the global transformation. But for that global transformation, we need to think about the local, the territorial, where men, women, communities, local government, and the departmental government, regional and national as well, but at the same time international. We should all be committed when caring the nature through our procedures, through the responsibility with our land. So then we can speak about transformation, and then we can speak about sustainability and climate change. It is the responsibility we have we women, the Afro women, and the Colombian Pacific, that is in my heart, and as you can see it in my earrings, is always with me. We have transpassed borders at the national and international level to bring this voice of hope. So the situation we're living, for that to be heard, and then we can look solutions for the problematic we are living. Today, we know that Colombia has the opportunity to show the world of what we do and what we do to preserve our land, but we have the responsibility from the territories to show the entire world that we are the first obstacle, better yet, we are the first defenders of nature, for that to generate changes globally. Today, we are the ones who face the situation, not only of the armed conflict, but also the affectations due to climate change we're living. Today, that responsibility, that thrashing the land, we have the same responsibility. We have to recover the land. We have to reivindicate as originary population that live in the Colombian Pacific, those who inhabit the Earth planet. We have to care for our rights. The opportunity we have today with the COP16 of how to speak to the entire world of what the paragraphic Chocó is, what's the responsibility we have with our rivers, our oceans, our nature, but what's the responsibility we have when caring the environment and biodiversity to transform the country, to continue being able to inhabit these areas. The man today has been and will continue being, if we are not aware of, we are going to be responsible of what happens to the society and the entire world if we don't think about what we do. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yanira Arismendi. I come from the Castanar department, but I represent the Orinoquia. Orinoquia are the floating valleys, we call them, that are made of 6 different departments. Here there is a clear example of what the women are when preserving the land. We're here, we're shedding a light to this inclement cold the world is doing. That transformation we are suffering, the climate change, the transformation within our territories. which have not been an easy things matter to deal with. The peasants who live there today, we ask all of you to help us. We're the light there, but we need the help from everyone to continue preserving our territories. We women, as mothers, we have a sense. We are sensitive about it, and that Mother Nature gives us that. We cannot detach from that. The nature is life. These remote areas are not only remote but forgotten. Today we are saying we're going to make it, but we need a lot of help, a lot of voices that can help us working in such an important thing and bringing love and preserving the ecosystems and the nature itself. Now you can see why we get so nervous. This is very inspiring, understanding the voice of the territory and the motherland, telling us how we should, the rest, contribute, but also listen to the territory and to acknowledge the territory itself and the leaders, the women that are there. So about that role that she was mentioned before, what can we understand? What's making peace with nature and what that call will be to those decision makers and for the different governments when committing to what we consider means peace with nature. Maybe if you want to, we can start from the peasant voice. Nature is peace and harmony. Without it, it's impossible for us to have a good coexistence. If we don't work with the protection of those places, those ecosystems, I say that because it belongs to those ecosystems that only gather life. The flooding valleys where most of the aquifers are in the country. We have 48% of the aquifers that belong to the Orinoquia. That makes us a very special region for all the diversity we have on the planet. This is a call for everyone not to allow economical situations, as Sandra at some point mentioned, for that to win over the such sensitive issues, the nature. And if nature is not healthy, we won't be healthy either. We have something very clear, and pandemic led us with a huge lesson, meaning when we were all inside, we're looking to find an area that will give us peace and a peace of mind, and that's nature. Nature gives us that peace of mind. Well, I consider that this is about the harmony and balance that should exist through human activities related to the environment and the care of the land. We know that to become a transformation point, we should converge or change as people from our vision, from the different people that live in the territory as change actors.
I would think that with experts, university studies and the different careers we do before a behavior in the training, so we can have better knowledge from this scenario, has to be related with the empiric and traditional knowledge we have built as people along our history. I consider today we need to join through philosophy, the arts, and economy, but also the main spiritual principles we live under and where we connect from our ancestral knowledge to transform. We know spirituality transmits values, knowledge, and how the protection of planet to all of us should be our biggest responsibility. I consider that we have this important relationship between the spiritual, the knowledge, and the territorial. The territory as such. I think these partners left few to say. As women, we should go back to the territory. COVID-19 gave us a lesson. And in the Remedios coup, we knew what was happening. We did not know how it was gonna attack us. And that was a shock to go back to the territory, to the planting of crops. All these people moved to the farms and they left them abandoned because they went to study outside. They became whites. Yeah, they don't think us indigenous anymore. And reflecting, if we are not in peace with our spirit, if we do not want this first territory, which is our body, how are we going to give love to others? We need to have this spirituality, this love for ourselves. We come from the land and we have been made for the land. We're just administrators. God, our ancestors, gave us everything to be happy in this territory, but we want more, and more when we have everything already within the territory, within the land. What we need is to connect mind, heart, and land. In the taking of Remedios, a town, they say, our ancestors say, we are contaminated. We have things which are not necessary to be happy anymore. It's the time for every one of us to start thinking, what are we doing? What are we doing for this nature, for this land? Because directly or indirectly, we are part of it. And we're all partners in it. Nowadays, in the municipality of San Miguel, close to Ecuador, there is a beautiful project. It's a pilot project where the Western medicine was worrying for these moms who have been having weird illnesses, and this has to do with the weather change, with climate change. Nowadays, we joined the 6 indigenous municipalities, 12 communities, to speak with the hospital, the Western and the ancestral medicine, in one thought, to stay saving this life. And it was difficult. It was difficult because the elders said, this is this, and the doctor who has studied said, no, this is this way. And getting to an agreement and start weaving together has been difficult, but it hasn't been impossible. Because our moms are suffering illnesses due to weather change, to climate change. Fetuses are dying within them. They don't end up giving birth to a healthy baby. Food is bad, water is contaminated. Partners, let me tell you that let me tell you what we are inputting for this peace, for this reality. Thank you. They are calling for action, for us to understand we're part of the territory and to understand the traditional knowledge and the cultural knowledge of our indigenous people, our Afro descendants, our peasants, to generate that harmonization, to use the best way culture, the knowledge, and spirituality to make these public policies and the ordainment of territory to protect nature and generate better survival and better health, and obviously the protection for ecosystems. And with this calling made by them and this reflection, a query comes to me, a question comes for you to be able to illustrate us. What opportunities do we have in the different territories of Colombia to generate an economy based in nature, an economy based in legal actions, so we can produce our food but integratedly with nature and the legal ordainment? Let's start with you. And she says, Pai, I think it means peace. I think we need to go back to the fields. That is a whole supermarket, like it is life for you. To us, we have everything in our fields. The chagra, as she calls them. Our grandparents were very respectful with land before us. They will cultivate only what was needed, not in huge extensions, because they said that lands have to rest for them to be able to produce back again. So nowadays within territories there are many, many projects, but built from a shelf or a table. They have never been to communities and they don't ask them, what do you need to strengthen? Our native seeds are under threat because unfortunately they have brought projects with different plants which end up becoming weeds. And the only way for them to produce is inputting lots of more contamination like fertilizers and things like that. Land is tired, and if we do not do good usage of it, going back to the chagras in the native and all these native products, unless we cultivate the right way, we should not cultivate plant with greed. The whole idea is competing against gold, against apes. Before you would not see apes eating corn, but nowadays they eat corn. Why do they eat corn nowadays? Because we have been cutting trees in our territory, because the big companies, they say they do not do anything, but it's not true. Our spirits and animals feel it. They make changes. With the study we're having in the Mocoa municipality with Libero Cobre, with copper, we have seen animals coming down to the basins where communities are. Is that a coincidence? No, it's not. It's because we are invading this territory. You are here. You have stepped in universities. You have been prepared more than a yogurt, as my grandparents say. So let's touch our hearts, actually, and beware if cult and money is important, or is nature more important? If we cover ourselves with money, what if we didn't have nature? Okay, as communities, knowing our territories, as well as knowing all the challenges, to be able to talk about a local economy based on, okay, in what's legal, we have to check out on what we have been doing about illegal actions. Let's check out the responsibilities on behalf of the governments in territories and with communities. And I'm not talking about the current government. We're talking about, historically speaking, the governments we've had in this country, where the regions and the territories which are farther from the capital city, our vice president says, the deep Colombia, where we only the people who live there know it. And to speak about economy, we have to think about ourselves on how we're going to eradicate all this illegal economy within our territories, which do not let us make progress. That is what is taking us to territories which are confined on one hand, and the rest of communities displaced, with no benefits for anybody, without hope, without any hope, with conditions which are not available for us to be able to live in them. That's where we have to check ourselves and call the different ministries which have to do with development. How are we going to articulate from the different cooperations we might achieve, working hand in hand articulately, where we can speak about income which might be sustainable, harmonic with nature and the environment. And we should speak about ecotourism, maybe, taking into account that the landscape we have in the Colombian Pacific and in the biodiverse Choco, we cannot find it. We have the jungles, we have the seas, the oceans, we have highlands, we have wetlands. All that we need, we can show everyone, but we also have to speak about a kind of development focused on recognizing our sustainable culture, speaking about agriculture, fishing, about art craft produced by our region. And I admire and I highlight here all this ornament our colleague is showing us from the indigenous community, this partner who is dressed like one. How we can promote women who go harmonically, and that may transform communities. To speak about projects, we have to sit down with the people who want it, who know how to visibilize their territory, not to build projects from offices and from centralities in capital cities. We have to work articulately. We have to know, articulate, formulate, and then develop and implement along with communities, with those beneficiaries, And this is a calling for us to be able to start thinking of the development of our communities for the daily life and for a future with sustainability and guarantee of social and sustainable development. Yes, knowing time is short. Goose. Okay, my partners have made a recognition of what we suffer in territories. Is this misconnection we have between central planning and territory planning? When the projects come to territories, we realize one thing was planned and something else is applied in the territories. It's not coherent. It's a difficult topic to apply, and that way it's a calling to the construction of policies and regulations that should be done from the territories. And I think time is over. Yes, this is the voice on behalf of the territory, which gives us the teachings about what we should do in an Afro descendant, an indigenous, a peasant culture based on nature and diversification per se, but also attending to common sense from the basic food, the chagra, the crops, centrality, and this diversity that the nature and people have. This voice is the voice of the territory, and for us to be able to have a live memory so we can sign this new agreement for people, nature, and climate. We have a memory, the memoirs based on culture, visually speaking, based on language, the word. We will all be represented here, and at the end of the day, we will be able to sign before a commitment and a call to action in this ambition we require, not in COP16, not only in COP16, but in COP30. Thank you for these honorable teachings you have transmitted to us. Before finishing, we will end up with a coffee break for 30 minutes. 30 minutes of coffee break, and we'll come back. In the halls, you will find devices for voting, talking about the loss of biodiversity, and a place where we can take pictures and where we can see pictures of leaders who contribute with peace and nature. If you take pictures, if you input them into your networks, please write down hashtag people, nature, and climate, and WWF Colombia and the Rockefeller Foundation. Let's see each other at 11:35, starting with a panel. Food systems for sustainable development. We'll see each other. I hope you have enjoyed these interactive experiences. Let's keep on with the system for sustainable development. Sustainable development, food systems. Claudia Martinez, Director of FOLU. Welcome, Claudia. We also welcome Mr. Joao Campari, the global leader for WWF Agriculture and Food, as well as Bita Correa, Director of Fundaic, and Juan Lucas Restrepo, General Director of Biodiversity Alliance and International and the Tropical Agriculture Center, SIAT. We're very happy to chair this panel with this group of colleagues who will share their experiences in the food systems. Why food systems? Well, we heard from the leaders, the female leaders in our previous panel about the unevenness, the lack of balance, and food was a systematic issue of what they spoke about. Now, nature has been to blame, or better, agriculture is to blame. It has a big part of responsibility of where we are now. Thank you, Compass. Thank you, President Santos. Thank you, Rasha and WWF for having contributed to develop this event. A very high conversation of many we have to keep on doing to change the mindsets of everyone. Now, speaking with Joao, we had the chance 5 years ago of participating in a process. It was the first summit, the first world summit of food systems, where not only governments, but communities, research, and the private sector met to think about what we could do about the Sustainable Development Goals to understand the routes for food systems to be different. Why should it be different? Because the way we produce food is associated in a clear way with deforestation, competition for food sources as well as water sources, the greenhouse effect gases, cattle growing, and everything related to contamination due to agriculture, a big loss of biodiversity and biodiversity in general, and we're into food model. We just have 3 big crops with 60% of the calories for the world population. That has been a very successful result of feeding the population. That was the Green Revolution, but at a certain point, when awareness of the limits of the boundaries that President Santos was mentioning, productiveness as such, and for all these Malthusian theories to happen with very high costs, huge costs for nature and for societies, for people who in this new feeding models or food models, they don't find leeway, spot for them, a slot for them to enter into. And then, therefore, solutions do not come. Everything agroforestry is important, and solutions have to come from there, since 50% of the inhabitable surface of the world is covered by agriculture and cattle growing. It's in this area that we have to find solutions. And there are models how to accelerate, how to scale them. That's why we have these three panel members. And let's start with Beta, who Luis Alfredo already introduced us to, and where not only from communities, entities, and people, a big empowerment in the acceleration of food systems. So we hope, Beta, you can give us examples and experience. Beta, thank you. Thank you, Juan Lucas.
With everyone here today. So from our experience, from Fondaec is an organization that we've been working for 50 years in matters of education and rural education in Colombia. We've been focused on the main idea that the persons and the communities are necessary for any type of transformation, but for that people and the communities to have an active role and participative role to be able to achieve a change. That transformation we want to see has to focus on the development of the capabilities of the people so they can act in their own environment, because they are the ones who identify what the more important needs are. That has always led us to have a educational approach that puts the education at the center, but education for development in all our programs. So let's say that thinking about those premises and looking at the regenerative agricultural, we are learning in how to work with different populations about this issue. A big population are small farmers that have been forced, in some cases, to utilize or change their traditional practices, to depend more on chemicals and to depend more on mono plantations, and those products are not generating the revenue that used to get before, and now they are thinking now what to do, how can we go back to our previous practices. So the regenerative agriculture gains main importance in the lives of people and the small farmers, which are many in our country. But that transition of going back to that has to be a gradual transition. It's a transition that needs to be accompanied. The issue is, how do we train these small farmers to learn again how to reuse old practices accompanied by technology, but also together with demonstrational practices and how those changes and transitions can happen. So we are located in Cali and the north part of Cauca, where we are doing this type of work. In addition to that, we not only work with that population, we have to work with the children, with the teachers at the school, because we know that the following generation that is to come are very important for these agriculture and climate change issues in general. And as we mentioned in the morning, is that having enough food at the schools, what the implications are of agriculture in one hand, but also in the other hand, the sustainability and the food security for the students of the same schools. So I see that part of what we are seeing is the convergence of different areas of knowledge, different, let's say, thematic differences that have to act in those relevant matters that, but in a way, they have been dispersed or they have not been picking up. So from that perspective of capabilities, the engagement of the people, but the participation that is accompanied by some training or on the field. So we're trying to support that transformation and that change to regenerative agriculture. And to add one more thing, something I find very important is the trust. Because unfortunately, in many cases, we have lost trust in some institutions or people. So how, along those processes, how can we recover the trust in science and organizations so we can secure or be sure that those practices can be achieved? And of course, we need financing, because for those people to get to do that transition and change, they cannot do it using all their own resources. So there is a need of having possibilities of helping them with the transition to mitigate a little bit the impact of those changes. That's something we are doing with a current project with the support of the Rockefeller Foundation. Thanks, Vita. The transformation to the regenerative without the economical part is impossible to achieve. People are not going to sacrifice their own families. So there are some transition paths that let us to have some sustainable financing for those changes to happen. And let's talk about the schools, the healthy diet. An important driver of the transition of food systems is the diet, the hidden hunger. Those are huge problems within the society. Claudia, from your experience in Follow, as well as in the public sector, why don't you speak a bit about the policy frameworks, not only nationally, but also in the territories? How can we have more regenerative food diets? What are the best advantages that you have identified with your experience? Thank you, and also President Santos and the audience. It's a pleasure being here. America Latina has been progressive. If you look at the final FAO report, the poverty indicators, that hunger indicators that in other regions are going up. In Latin America, we've been able to reduce them. We've been doing something right. So let's start thinking in what has been done and where can we go. But there is a lot of leverage to replace the food system. In the first place is to emphasize the food system. We have the Ministry of Environment, for them to speak with the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Economy. We need to have comprehensive policies looking at this integrality from a human point of view. We have to converge from there. Doing this by ourselves is difficult to work with these policies. Second is to understand the hidden costs on the food system. from FOLU, we made a report called Growing Better. The food systems add $12 billion that cost the planet, $12 billion compared to the market value, which is $10 million, which is, we're losing money. If we don't talk about the internal economies in the public sector, if we don't understand, we have to think about the environment, the economical costs. We will not be able to revert the policy frameworks. The third part is we need to understand how the land use, as we spoke on the previous panel, we have to recover 600 million hectares dedicated to the agriculture in Latin America, and 800 that is being used in cattle. There's a lot of hectares, that's a lot. We have to produce more food and less land with more efficient technology. And there, I think we need to have a more unified vision. Now, Latin America, we have an incredible biodiversity. And what Lucas was saying, we have 30,000 species that we can eat. We eat like 203 become calories. So how can we diversify what we eat? That's fundamental. And in Latin America, we have, and now with the Biodiversity Cup, we have the opportunity to achieving that. There's a fundamental part, the waste of food waste. If we attack the food waste only, we wouldn't have to plant such a big areas like they do in China. The same in Colombia. Yes, we have a PDL law, but we have to measure, we have to act. We make policies, we don't give the resources, and we don't act. So I believe that there is something fundamental matter. Finally, this is aligned with everything you're speaking about, Lucas, of enhancing the generative agriculture. Everything that gives back to the nature and society and what it takes. And the previous panel, they were speaking about that. There are policies in Peru, Chile, Brazil, Ecuador, Mexico. They have a sustainable agriculture. Each country is opening its own path. We have to set this better. We have to speed this up, transferring technology. And of course, with this has to go together with restoring nature. Everything we're seeing with the biodiversity, with the climate change, and the solutions that we call solutions that based in nature or nature-based. It is important looking at this, how to enhance national strategies for science and technology. You were in Agrosari when you did this. I don't think it's only for agriculture, but only for food, also for food. But those policies, again, you have to, science and technology, they need money, they have innovation, they need education. And this is what we're missing. So this is associated with enhancing a more proactive educational system. And how do we insist on that in the schools and colleges? Don't wait until how we change the schools. We have to have more comprehensive curriculums. Look at this, more inclusively. This led us to go back and think about nutrition. Everybody talks about the diets in the planet, but that means if we have territories, we saw the previous panel, they know their ancestors, they know their diets. When we talk about healthy, good food, has to be related to different schemes, different environments, different territories, different population groups. We have the opportunity to rethink nutrition. The last point, this has to be done in the territories. We cannot think about this internationally, not only at the national level. We have to look at it from the territories and going up. We have had an experience of doing food system analysis in Quindío, Valle del Cauca, now in Santander. And it's from the territories where we can start seeing the response in terms of public policies, changes that make the difference. And really, from engaging ways, the public sector, the civil society, the communities, looking at how the territory is, and looking and generating this change vision, working more proactively to things that you started with the environmental ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture, but especially those two, they have to come to agreements, shared paths, similar to what you spoke in the morning about the traditional medicine and the Western medicine. Agreements difficult to come by, but once you achieve those, there is a agreement that helps society. And what you spoke about the agrodiversity and G7, they're speaking about not only the 3, 4, 5 plant crops that feed the humanity, but they have 60 different crops that identify with the indigenous, the diet that reaches the plate and what gets to humanity, for that to be different. I know he's going to give us some good portuñol, meaning he's going to speak Portuguese and Spanish at the same time. Based on your experience in preservation, how, with these solutions, can you contribute to the climate change in Latin America, and give us some examples, and where do you see some opportunities to speed this up? Lucas, thank you very much. Thanks Alange, President Santos and Sandra for inviting me to speak in this panel. The food global system is monotonous, and this has been present in the previous panels, right? 3 crops are responsible for 60% of what we eat. And 12 plants and 5 animals are responsible for 75% of all the calories around the world. So today we have a food system that is monotonous. This way of feeding people induce growth based on productivity and return, induces poor diets because population, they're not achieving or getting the sufficient nutrition because this food system is monotonous. But the government, the companies, the financial private sector, they sustain this economy. Our global supply chain, their architecture is based on these 12 plants and 5 animals for everything we eat. This needs to change. And here we are, I believe, to start or to continue this debate to expand the spaces for diversity, the productive diversity, the human diversity, the agro-biodiversity. Let's imagine that all plants and animals that can be consumed sustainably, we're opting on just eating just a couple of them. So what we need is public policies. I like the movement of public policies from the global, regional, and national and local levels, because it's not only one response to everything what happens in the food system. It depends on each context, each region. Food is not producing aliments. It has to do with the culture. It's also spiritual, as we saw here. Thanks for remind us of that. There are different levels. We need to have a greater respect for a diverse economy, humanly diverse, that will let us to have a peace, because the current business model is not going to sustain a regenerative planet. It's not going to sustain healthy people. So we need to change the incentives for the farmers, the fishermen, to produce in a more sustainable way. I'm going to give a spoiler, a narrative that WWF is going to launch next week. They're not going to give me the authorization, but I'm going to anyway. It's a narrative about the subsidies, food agro subsidies. 87% of those subsidies are prejudice for the health of the planet and also for the human health. They have some lines of action that we can look at, but that number I cannot give it to you. You have to read the report. The future of the planet, and what we do in the WWF, and we're thinking how to move from a new architecture. We need to have the 4 Ps: is respect to the planet. We need to bring all the food system to bring them within the limits in the planet, because those limits are already transgressed severely to the point to no return. As my colleague Sandra mentioned, and they are connected to no return points at different levels. The second aspect is the context, the places, the landscapes. What are we going to do to stimulate diversity, the productive diversity, the human diversity, and the ecological, social, and spiritual?
The third OP is that many of the decisions made with regard to transformation of the food system alienate important groups which suffer the consequences of this food system. We need our job, our work as an NGO to recruit these voices which do not participate as part of the agro-food system. And the fourth one is prosperity. The agricultural food system has to be a vehicle of social and economic prosperity to improve all the costs, environmentally, food, and socially speaking. And thank you, Paulo. Thank you, Joao. I don't know the spoiler what numbers are going to be giving, but the one I have in the figure I have in my mind is $700 million in subsidies, which are directed contrary to what we have to do. When we speak about no resources, there are $700 million there to do important things. And the other challenge, adding to the piece, there are global principles, but everyone of the changes has to be community change, along with incentives, with policies, with markets, all along, aligned with these P's. Now, prepare only one closing phrase, because otherwise Natalia's going to scold me. And how can we change this change of food change towards the regenerative side? Now, let me give some topics from the topic of, from the point of view of biodiversity. Now, we are not the kings of the green revolution. We're now the kings of what's regenerative. And we want to contribute with that objective, with that goal. So the change is to increase evidence. How do we measure everything with regards to the agroeconomic models? There are no models validating this nowadays. Yesterday we spoke about sustainable cattle growing, and some weeks ago we got into a calicata, a very deep hole in the land, and we can see that Vichada only has 3 centimeters with only brachiary taking carbon 2 meters down. It's an unbelievable sustainable cattle growing. We're working with Bezos as a financier and what happens in soil. We work very hardly in biodiversity, in forestry biodiversity, how trees bring back or are brought back to farms from functional and cultural biosystems. And we make a big effort for this region. Cacao and coffee are super important, and how we can get from the carbon footprint, the ecosystemic services, and the health of soil from all these chains, food chains, to be able to help us out. And how in Toca, Boyacá, very close with the World Economic Forum, we have an effort by leader women in such complex food chains, applying these regenerative principles to the economic chain. Okay, Bita, that is very difficult. Okay, let's go then with another person. Let's skip you. No. It was just a joke. A word, and around that word, a phrase. The word would be ecosystems. We have been trying to understand the existing ecosystems, and that is necessary, but we now have to think about the ecosystems around agriculture. That's a topic we're speaking about, on how every transformation has to take into account all the other elements within the ecosystem. Anything we have changed, we need to change it all, the whole of it. It's more than a phrase, it's a phrase and a half, but it was fantastic. Okay, I would focus, and this is Claudia, in generating regenerative awareness, where we can understand what's alive, and being in the context of spirituality and essence of all these live elements or live beings. That takes us to heaven, right? The regenerative, the agroforestry, all the solutions coming from nature, they are critical, and that is the only way to include society within the boundaries that the planet gives us. Juan Lucas, what about me? What about my phrase? Oh, Joao, I forgot. Claudia's word transtormed me, and you will have to do the closing. Yes, a closing speech. That's mine. My main message is that climate change and the loss of biodiversity, the loss of the nutritional security or safety, they're all connected. From my point of view, we need to change all public incentives as well as the private incentives to establish a sustainable economy based on the agroecology and agriculture in the generative kind. We need to change these agricultural or agri-food systems into a virtuous cycle. Now, your closing discourse, speech. Now, they're intimately connected with the conflict and peace besides it. Just to complex the recipe a bit more. Make it more complex. Thank God Joao is a great friend of mine, and hopefully he won't get that mad with me. Thank you. Thank you for your interventions. Let's go then to climate change, the new panel, loss of diversity and health. Carolina Hill, Regional Director of Amazon Conservation Team, welcome. Patricia Granja, Senior Expert in Health from HIVOS, and the ex-Minister of Health in Colombia, Alejandro Gaviria. Moderator will be on behalf of Catalina Gutierrez, Director of WCS Colombia. And before our guests speakers sit down, we have a mention about different topics. Tomorrow from 9 to 2:30 at Los Andes University, the members from the Guardians of the Earth and Earth Commission, the Afro, peasant, and indigenous leaders, they will have an agenda in this healthy planet goal. To register, you can sit down and register at Compass, at F Compass, the Compass Foundation, for you to register. Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to this conversational space. Precisely, Joao with his closing phrase gave us the step for this biodiversity, health, and economic development topic. With our panel members, I would like to introduce you to them, but let me tell you that our panel members will illustrate practically how these synergies have been seen, mostly with human health, what you are doing from your work fields to approach this comprehensively. And we will try finally to have a practical recommendation on how to keep on improving comprehensively. The situation in Latin America, we have heard all morning that this is very relevant since it is being the epicenter of global discussions. We have COP 2016 of Colombia, in Colombia, that we are going to be discussing. Among the topics is health, and in Brazil next year we will have COP of climate change. So what we want to hear is understand the interactions, the synergies, and how we can land it on terrain. Let's start with Carolina Gil. As we mentioned, she's the director of the Amazon Conservation Team for the Northeast of Amazon. She's a lawyer and has experience in regional development with focus in conservation, strengthening of local capabilities, and life means. Thank you, Carolina, for accepting this panel. We also have Patricia Granja from Ecuador. She is a leader of the route for high voes, the Amazon. She's a doctor in surgery, and she is director of public health systems. She's an investigator of Catholic University of Ecuador University. And we have Alejandro Gaviria. Many know him. He's an engineer. He's an economist too. He's also a writer. He was minister between 2012 and 2018 and Minister of Education in 2012 too. We have a panel coming from academia, the academic scholars, but also on the field. I would like to start with Carolina. Please tell us, from the work you've been doing, from the work with indigenous communities in the Amazon basin, have you identified certain data regarding how the change in or the loss in biodiversity, this has changed premature and birth issues and tropical illnesses? Tell us more about the experience, those affections to human health due to climate change. Yes, a greeting to everyone. I would like to highlight that what I'm going to tell is a convergence of work with representatives of 22 indigenous nations or peoples within the Putumayo and the Amazon basin. With Zenaida, a very interesting conversation that gathers all the deep knowledge the peoples have and considering with professionals of health, anthropologists and biologists, and institutions like the Secretary of Department Health, as well as scholars, the academia. This work we've been doing in an initiative called Woods and Communities, One Health Only. And I make this reference because part of this local work exercise has to do with an exercise of identification on behalf of communities and peoples about these affections they're living in their territories, particularly in these two departments, which paradoxically are part of the Amazon biome, which has a strategic importance at a global level, and nevertheless, communities who inhabit this biome have very high conditions of vulnerability due to the variability in climate change. And I highlight this geography, which is run by warm and dry season against flooded, wet season, but their compass defines the way of living within the territory. They're based on ecologic calendars, and when this changes, when the dry season is longer or we have more floods in the rainy season or less rain, and that affects the cultural relationship, which cannot be separated from the means of life for these populations, and that this affects women. And we worked with the people the midwives who identified that women in gestation and before birth are more exposed to natural abortions, and during the final season, the kids are born with malnutrition, with even high mortality rates. So there are communities which have an intrinsic relationship with the regenerative agriculture and agroecology. They have been practicing it forever, ancestrally, with these woods, and now they're feeling affections which might be apparently invisible, but they really are affected in their ways of living, not only for pregnant women, but communities have understood that there is a prevalence by transmission of vectors like dengue and malaria. In Putumayo, there's a high incidence of dengue with respect to all the other departments in the country. And in the case of malaria, with regards to the Amazon basin, there's a high prevalence for men and women over 58 years old, and these are the receptors, the receivers of the traditional knowledge of the indigenous population, and the impact therefore is higher since they have an intrinsic relationship with the community and the woods, the forests. So these elements we have been working on in identifying the local routes to be able to adapt and mitigate the effects in climate variability, not only for human health, but for the territory and the comprehensive vision that Zenaida in the block of the morning was able to share with you. Yes, you were mentioning that, and this is very important, that we need to integrate that solutions and diagnostics start from the same communities affected and interrelated with interdisciplinarity of the whole of society to be able to identify, but at the same time bring collective solutions, because as Zenaida was mentioning, we need the help of everyone, of all voices and sectors. Thank you, Carolina. I would like, on behalf of Patricia, from this work on the field, on territory, how have you understood what relationships there are in climate change? How are communities understanding this, especially in Ecuador and in the Amazon basin, understanding the behavior of plants and animals? That is what we would like to hear, that relationship with biodiversity. We know that indigenous peoples are one with Mother Nature. We'd like.
Thank you very much for the question, everyone. Hello, everyone. From the health route, from the Indigenous, from the Amazons and the climate change, we've been working with Indigenous Center from Brazil. We've been working closely with them. Also in Ecuador, especially they're developing the dialogue of knowledge, trying to see the daily affectations of in terms of health and the communities and the people in the Amazons. I rescue this from the academia and the public policies. We speak about the One Health and also the health approach, but you have to say that you learn in territory that is not an approach. This is how they work every day on the Amazons. We have a lot to learn from the conditions in which they live and the vulnerability conditions, also the resilience. We have seen an affectation by through different categories. For example, water. Water is the water you get from the faucet for us, but for them, there are bodies of water that grow and develop, and that many of the ancestors and many of the histories in Zenaida, please correct me if I am wrong, but they live there. The Yacumamas or the spirits in the water are in the water. Once they lose some water body, they lose not only the water, but they lose the connection with the ancestral. It is good to understand health and more lack of disease, but we have to speak about the psychosocial, the mental sphere. As Carolina was saying, we have seen a rupture, a severe rupture. We don't know when to grow, because before we used to stop. We were waiting for certain event. We don't have those signals anymore. The sun is not the same anymore, the same astro, but it heats that much. But people have to wake up earlier to be able to go to the field and come back. They said there is a land that is tired, is producing product that less and less are less nutritious. That complemented with the lack of the knowledge and then ancestral nutrition makes people eat more processed food. We start seeing pathologies that before we didn't see before on the Amazon populations, like obesity, hypertension, diabetes, cancer. So the rupture is huge. The lesion is severe, and if we don't act right now, we're going to lose a lot of the ancestrality in what you said before, what you mentioned before, the connection with the motherland. In this scenario that sometimes it sounds to me very dystopic. We've been working from evils. I'm talking about the experience in Ecuador, precisely. We've been working with the Shuar population in Yamayunca, means new land. Look at that term. We've been working on a recollecting dynamic. What are the health assets? Are those elements, factors, and relations that generate health in the territories beyond the health services? I always say that doctors are experts on diseases, but not experts on health. That's the importance on public health, and for us to have a professional work. In that recollection of health assets, we have to recognize the water asset, the animal asset, the food production asset. These elements enable us to, in addition to reduce the inequities, but also to acknowledge that we have resilient factors in those territories and why we need to work on those factors. How do they become social, economical determinants on related to health? Just briefly, we worked in two aspects. We generate climatic intelligent plantations or crops. We recover the ancestral wisdom, the ancestral food, what type of corn that they don't have any transgenic seeds, and a exchange of dialogue with forest engineers and anthropologists, sociologists, and we working to see how those crops can become productive units. Please correct me. They probably have a 1 hectare capacity, and just grow the traditional food, corn, peanuts. They become, for them to become intelligent, because they can stand plagues and everything. And briefly, the work we did with amphibians and this short population is one of the populations in the Amazons that consume amphibians, and from the West we have done a good job avoiding consuming those. We don't consume a lot of animal protein, but the Amazons, we have a lot of diversity in terms of animal protein, amphibians as a source of food, but also as a bioindicator, and also as a indicator of what happens in those areas. For people to have frogs and swamp, that means that the place is healthy. If that place is healthy, the people are healthy. So we do that using with some gathering. We use a platform called Naturalist. We give macros in their cell phones so they can identify what species they have, so we can guarantee the close link, so we understand the biodiversity and the relation between the health of the nature linked to the health of the human beings. That's a good example, Patricia and Dalde. So I highlight of what you mentioned. I highlight the prevention work that usually, as you mentioned, our systems are focused on reactions, but the work with the communities is to understand their surroundings and utilize that biodiversity, having healthy resources that reflects on the human health. So that approach, that comprehensive approach with health, starts with prevention, comprehensive prevention. That takes me to the following question that I want to ask Alejandro. From the environment, and we're seeing more and more having effects on the human health, factors such as changes on the general temperature, expansion on the agricultural borders, commerce on the fauna, that are affecting the human health. From your experience working with the government, do you think the health systems are adjusting to approach these problematics we are facing, derived by climate change and also with the loss of diversity? And how do you see it? First of all, good afternoon to everyone. Just to answer that question, I would like to do it in two parts. First, I'm going to give you a story that you all know, but it describes this moment. The big story of the century 20 in the world has to do with the previous panel and this panel as well. First, was the agriculture that led the humanity to what the economists call the Malthusian Trump, and the second was health, the public health, that in words by the Angus Beaton economist enabled the entire humanity to escape, the big escape from diseases. Sometimes I like to cite the poem by a Polak poet. It reads the short life of our ancestors. If we went back 100 years ago, the demographic composition of this auditorium will be way different. these two achievements that are related to agriculture and health today became two problems. And your questions related to the capacity of adaptation of the health system, that led us to exacerbate a problem that all the epidemiologists know very well, and is known as a double epidemiological viral load. Those that become an important load, and the most important. Now we have to add that to the transmissible diseases that are occurring all over the world, and that here are increasing. With the President Santos here, we had to face two pandemics, the chikungunya in 2014 and the Zika back after in 2015. And while the other epidemiological load was there. So I had a lot of problems and I had to deal with this. And with the system, as any other health systems, about to be unsustainable, in this case, the financial. So what can we do to deal with the double epidemiological burden? The big escape story. I like to see it in this term. The big escape comes with the big acceleration. We are in that transition moment where we have to have double vision. The first one, I like to call it being possible, focus on concrete problems, concrete solutions for concrete problems. A different solution or vision, I would like to mention 3 points that I find important. The first one has to do with building certain capabilities for public health that we have lost in the country, for example, to deal with malaria. We have malaria outbreaks in many places in the country. When the COVID-19 pandemic arrived in Colombia, the story can repeat in many countries in Latin America. We realized that in governmental schemes, when dealing with the epidemiological part, we didn't have the capacities in the country. The first reaction was to centralize, for example, the test on the National Institute of Health, to centralize those. Yes, with the time, there were those capabilities or capacities were transferred to departments. So in this conjuncture, epidemiological surveillance that includes the empowerment of the communities, that's fundamental. There is other matter that I find fundamental that take us to a debate in the pandemic that we never had. It had to do with the way in which the knowledge of the community. I'm going to speak about vaccines precisely. This is in a process of innovation that does not enable the humans to have the benefit of the vaccines. Colombia has participated in the creation of 2 dengue vaccines, one that Sanofi created but didn't work, and the Takeda vaccine that it did work. I had a meeting on Saturday in Villavicencio. I had a meeting with a person that works on a public health part in Casanare. The population there participated in the vaccine. They know that the vaccine will not reach them. So then we talk about the financial issues about obtaining the vaccine. So we don't have resources to adopt that vaccine. Colombia has an experience of a centralized purchase within the OMS and the system, but WHO. But here we have to work. So incorporating this technological innovation does not put in danger the health systems, and that double load do not become in financial problems as well. I apologize for the emphasis talking about the economical part, but that I had to deal with that every day. It has a very disruptive power in how the health systems work. The last point is something that we're doing, is the collective awareness about the centralization of these problems. Further on, we're going to speak about something, but I want to stop right there. Thank you, Alejandro. Understanding that still there is ways to go for those systems to be adopted in the health systems. There is a lot to do in terms of capacities. You mentioned about from the sector, we are focused on certain diseases, but we are not doing monitoring in others, including although even after the pandemic, so the country can do some surveillance on different diseases. As a tropical country, we are very exposed to that problematic. So there is a lot to do with the health system. Then I would like to, the next block of questions, I would like to speak about how we take these to policies or the strategies that help us to escalate these strategies and opportunities that we're seeing here in matters of how to approach the biodiversity and the climate change. Carolina, can you please tell us about the exercise you have done on the field in terms of implementation and the approach on communities and forests? You have done a very interesting exercise combining the medical care with the Western medicine and the ancestral medicine, a combination of those two, precisely to give this approach to health. How that experience has been and how can you escalate that? What's needed? Then I insist having the need for concurrency. We always speak about we have to articulate the intersection of the climate change, forest and health. This is a recurrent subject you hear in all the spaces. In the local scenario, and working with over 100 agents, indigenous agents, men and women, and that in Putumayo, the Amazons, that's a huge effort. We've been working on that concurrence, the ancestral knowledge that can give answers, with that relation with the forest, answers to non-physical diseases, but diseases in the territory, but together with the Western knowledge, medical knowledge. There is huge knowledge with community providers that have a very active role, a very close role to the needs of the communities where we are working. Not only the concurrence of knowledge and the wisdom of the peoples, but also to bring the academy. I highlight the tropical diseases and the academy in Antioquia. They have a lot of experience, and the support of the Rockefeller Foundation and other those who provide resources. We can provide basic infrastructure assets. They don't have that in the territory. What Alejandro was mentioning, care for diseases, for vector transmission, for dengue. We have done a huge effort having 15 to 16 medical centers, and the centers where the communities in Putumayo and Amazons, they have prioritized that to be able to provide health services, and so we can have that dialogue between the ancestors and the young people. The young, they carry a big burden on the impacts of climate change and the effects on their health. There are good elements to put into consideration. Put that on a real dialogue. This is not just a speech. Things that are happening. The communities, they graduated some indigenous nurses, 22 people using content built together with the SENA, contents that are pertinent and adequate for the needs in the territory. So there are some spaces that have been activated in a very interesting manner. The health system, there is a legal framework that promotes that interrelation between the traditional systems and the Western medicine, which are the CSP, called the CSP. We have progress on different phases with different populations, especially in the Putumayo department. That's an interesting step, because sometimes it's not enough to have more policies, but there is an interesting framework that sometimes is not utilized, and what we have done from the local area and how to escalate those realities to the legal framework. And then we have a challenge to work on the fragmentation in the forest. It's not only dealing with health, but also how to recover and recuperate those areas due to the impact in the water, which is vital for the communities, and to encourage the conversation of spaces that already exist. In the case of the indigenous peoples, there is a work table in the health component. We have the MAYAC environmental work table for the indigenous peoples in the Amazons, and also for the Secretary of Health, and recently to escalate this conversation with the Minister of Health and in the Environment. So there is a concurrence that it's not just because it's fashion, it's just it's mandatory, it's bonding, and definitely the previous panels have mentioned about it, and we have to see who are driving these policies and solutions with practical cases. We are encouraging practical cases from the local part. Those have to be scaled. I insist in the differences. In the case of Colombia, we're speaking about the existence of 115 indigenous peoples.
And their approximations and realities before health and that more comprehensive vision converge, but they also have particularities that we have to hear within the territories. Okay, we have a very short time, but just to summarize and counting with experiences on the field that might teach us and help us scale it higher. Patricia, Vida gave us this knowledge, but in May of 2022, HIVOS facilitated a health dialogue where academia, NGOs, ministries of environment and health converged into a discussion. Please tell us which the most difficult challenge was to pass from dialogue to action concretely. The challenge was precisely to be able to sit down all these sectors in these work tables. That was the big challenge, and we thank the presence of the Pan American Health Agency, mostly with the Ministry of Health and Environment. We have these interinstitutional tables of health, but this dialogue is not fluent enough. We do not get to that articulation. Everything swirls around human health, but in that, organizations like ours becomes a bridge in the facilitation of this dialogue in the work. With regards to challenges, we have seen the need of having better information. We have lots of data, but few information. All sectors have like a piece of this puzzle, and without falling into what I fear, the paralysis by analysis. We want to have everything modeled. I think we have enough information, international data, the increase of arterial pressure, premature births, the change in the climate worldwide. I think we also have possibility, great advantage in the communitary vigilantes or just guards. With malaria and dengue, we have to recognize that people know when they have a sprout, and sometimes they do not have the resources to guarantee to do their trial tests, but these communitary alerts should be worked on in the determining factors in complying that people know how to take care of themselves. A recommendation during COVID said, take paracetamol, stay at home, and wash your hands. We complied. We trusted that people did it, that communities did it. So why not thinking that people and communities can do about the health of their own. And the last part is climate funds. I was the other day in certain courses. I think that I need to focus in another master's in climate funds. They're difficult to understand how they work, the mechanism of working on the whole of the readiness of this. We need to strengthen in accessing these climate funds, which generally go to the Ministry of Environment, but the ones who work in health, it's very difficult to get to those funds. We need to have an opening of this border. We need to improve in this articulation. And the big achievement in Ecuador concretely is that we have been recognized as a key stakeholder in the new plan of adaptation to climate change, and the change in the Amazon has been recognized. We have been pre-selected for an initiative with regard to the MBCs. And the other thing is that we're working with certain plans of adaptation to climate change interculturally, and we think that this articulation at the level of public policy can gives us resonance so we can feedback public policy from the local level. Thank you, Patricia. And this gives me an opening to the last question. Alejandro, you mentioned that it is key to have an effective articulation at a world and at a country level. At the start of my discussion, some part of COP16 is going to be part of the topic of biodiversity against health or with health. What we need is cooperation mechanisms. We have health on one side, agriculture on the other side, but we need to coordinate those two topics. How do you see this possibility in Colombia specifically in having, do we need, how could we have this instance or mechanism of effective coordination among ministries and sectors? My experience with regards to intersectorial commissions instead of working by silos is a mixed experience, I would say. There is an intersectorial commission of environment and health that was created by President Santos in 2014, 2015. It met for 6 months and later on started little by little getting afar, since each minister was into his own things. For example, in the aspersion with glyphosate, there was an important topic, and we spoke about it. In Ecuador, there is contamination with mercury in many rivers due to gold mining, gold mining. It is complex. I would like to finish up with 2 short reflections. The first one is something I learned from Alejandro Haddad, a Colombian doctor. He's been sharing something very theoretical, and it is the definition of health on behalf of the World Health Organization. It is a complete state of welfare in the physical, social, and spiritual level. We have to be changing this because this is impossible to reach. We need to define it like the capability of our communities, individually and collectively, of adapting to these challenges. And these public policies in the intersectorial way have to do with the construction of these capabilities. And the second one, which is a personal obsession, the way how we are creating and managing these debates. You spoke about this topic, Patricia. This is difficult. This is a difficult way. It's combating catastrophism, making a long list of an inventory on how to become a pessimist But when you find breaches, gaps of positivism is important, and we can find it in this convention. Yes, it is complex. These interdependencies among crises, we have the crisis of climate change, biodiversity, contamination, health, and they're not easy, nor the solutions are easy. But I would like to finish up with this positivism. We need to all work towards the same side. It's a great example on how organizations, on behalf of the civilian society, work as bridges between governments and communities and academia to be able to have a comprehensive approach without lingering, this is a difficult time, but we need to work jointly all together through effective mechanisms. That is what's key. From the territory, following up, down, but mostly down, up, we need to converge. We don't have much more time. I don't know if somebody might want to have a phrase. Let me take the example, the methodology of Juan Lucas, how all these definitions at a global level and COPs. But could you make a phrase on how to land off all these discussions and how to make all these territory issues available? I'm going to quote a word by an indigenous agent on the 15th of September. The world is a maloca, a house deteriorated with holes, and only one man cannot fix it. Fantastic, thank you. Okay, we have the privilege of living in one of the most biodiverse areas in the world, but Latin America is also the region with the biggest inequalities in the world. And this is, we thank God that it brings the Rockefeller Foundation here. We have a big gap. We need to land it off. We need to pass from public plans. Public policy is good, the building of all these documents, but we need to prioritize health problems. I was a vice minister of health, but if I were a minister of health, how can we work in the malnutrition of kids? Yes, malnurtured kids, but we still see obesity and malnutrition due to changes in nutrition. How can we give the face of a kid and nature to what we do at a central level, landed off in the policy of territory? Yesterday I printed a presentation and I found a phrase. It's from Jorge Luis Borges, 125 years old if he were alive. He's a poet. It's an invitation to optimism. We do not know the designations of the universe. We accept the mystery of life, but we have to be convinced that if we reason with sensibility, we will help these designations, which won't ever be revealed. Working with lucidity, with clarity, with clearness, bringing everything of the human knowledge, and working in this case with justice, with environmental justice in helping the world, which joins us at the end of this morning in building fairer societies, more equal. Okay, I think you have said it all. This is the time for lunch, so let's go with optimism to speak in these spaces. It's an invitation for you to keep on the discussion about the panels, and let's keep on deepening in these topics and looking for these synergies among sectors. Thank you and have a happy lunch. Thank you. A round of applause for the panel members. And we close the session, the morning session. We have a very special menu created with high standards of sustainability and ingredients with the biodiversity of our country. Please remember that this depends on the interest topic you chose when you registered. Behind your tag, you have a color. And with that color, you will identify the table. You will find the area you can sit. We'll see each other at 2:30 to continue this productive meeting with the mayors of Bogotá, Cali, and many other
Good afternoon. Welcome everyone this afternoon. I hope you can. You had a great lunch and enjoyed the break, and I hope you like the cheetah cheesecake. It was spectacular. I hope you can enjoy these panels we're going to have now. If you're going to share pictures through social networks, you can use hashtag Personas Naturaleza IPAS. The panel we have just now we have a first level panelists. We'll initiate this afternoon with a conversation we title Sustainable Cities in Action, Environmental Strategies to address the triple planetarium crisis. I would like to invite the mayor of Bogotá, Carlos Fernando Galán, the mayor of Cali, Alejandro Ever, Patricia Zurita, Chief Strategy Officer at Conservation International. Welcome. Ilan Cooperstein, C40 Cities Regional Director for Latin America. And this conversation is going to be moderated by Adriana Soto, Secretary of Environment of the City of Bogotá. Welcome. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this space. As they said, we have a luxury panel. I'm privileged of moderating this panel. We have the mayor of Bogotá, Carlos Fernando Galán. Carlos Fernando Galán, he's from Bogotá, graduated in foreign service in Georgetown. He has a foreign affairs from the University of Colombia and a magister in public administration of the New York University. In 2012, he was appointed as a transparency secretary. In 2014, he was appointed as a senator. He worked on the sustainable mobility. He has been counsel into opportunities and has been well known for his leadership. Today, he is the current mayor of Bogotá with a transformative vision for the city of Bogotá. Next to him, we have Alejandro Eder, the mayor of Cali. He's from Cali. He studied foreign relations from Huntington College, and he has a magister on public affairs and international affairs from Columbia University. He worked in the bank in New York and in Colombia. He's been High Commissioner for the President and General Director of the Reintegration Agency. He participated on the peace process in 2014. He was part of the negotiating team. He worked at Pacifico, working for the development of the area of Pacifico. Since 2024, he is the mayor. He wants to have a better, diverse city of Cali. Next to him, we have Patricia Zurita. She's Chief Strategy Officer at Conservation International. Patricia, she's from Ecuador. She's licensed in environmental science from the San Francisco University in Quito, and a magister on natural resources from the University of Duke. Today, she is the Vice President of the International Conservation Global. She leads the organization through agencies with the public and public sector, fostering projects, scientific projects for the benefits that nature brings to humanity. We have Ian, he's C40 Cities Regional Director for Latin America. I don't have your profile, Ian, but he's been a huge promoter of sustainable cities all over Latin America region, and a huge ally of these cities in the region to achieve the objectives and reduction of pollution. As they said before, the objective for this panel is to showcase how the role of the cities for the environmental triple crisis, the pollution, loss of diversity, and the climatic crisis. The conducting thread of this panel will be questions oriented, so the panelists here can show the specific strategies in water, land, and air to achieve reducing pollution, increment diversity, and with that have a better climatic resilience in the cities. So
here we have the first question set. Every panel will have 4 minutes to answer the question, and at the end we will have a round for questions on behalf of the public. I think we might be ready to start. First question is related with the component of soils. The soil is not separated from air nor water, but we defined it in 2 compartments. We decided going on this order. The first question for the mayor of Bogotá, Mayor Galan. What do you think about the fires, the wildfires, the forest fires we had at the beginning of this year in Bogotá? What is your bet for these eastern mountains not to become a risk factor for the citizenship and the decay of the air component for the citizenship? The summoning of this relevant forum for the city and the country for the moment we are living. Warm greeting to Rajiv Shah, president of Rockefeller Foundation, Sandra Valenzuela, WWF Colombia, Elan, Patricia, and Alejandro. A warm greeting, as well as to President Juan Manuel Santos, ex-President Juan Manuel Santos. Bogotá is precisely biodiverse now that we are short of starting the COP 2016. In several scenarios, we have more than 3,600 species between flora and fauna, more than 1,300 in just Bogotá. We discovered 12 new species of flora in Bogotá. It's a very diverse city. We have the Sumapaz highland, the Páramo of Sumapaz, the biggest in the whole world. What happened in January was hard, part of the variation dynamics of climate change, and in our relationship with humans and nature. These are 13,300 reserve hectares. We will make restoration effort. We will be multiplying by 11 the restoration and conservation on the eastern mountains. More than we have exotic species too, which are actually not endemic. From the 13,000 hectares, we will include the 42 hectares affected in the forest fires of January. Speaking about soils, Bogotá, in its structure, we have Thomas Vanderhamen Reserve. We have been struggling about it for several years, more than 50, but recognizing the effort the government might have, how can we make this reserve public? How can we implement this? Being able to transfer building rights in the exchange for the Vanderhamen Reserve areas. We will have tables of equivalence to be able to put this formula into practice. What do we want to do in areas where we have urban renovation in Bogota? A builder might say, I request more for me to be able to construct. And the increase in the capacity of edification of building will be concentrated with changing from private to public areas in the Vanderhamen Reserve. It's not ours, but we will buy it. We will implement it that way. Finally, a promise, a final promise, doing it with CAR, 60 places in compensation with Boyacá and 60 lots with the Vanderhamen Reserve. This not only applies to the eastern mountains, but the areas around the Bogota River and things like that. Restored and public private areas which will end up being public. And these strategies at the end end up reducing contamination because these fires generated issues with air pollution for the people from Bogota, but also increasing biodiversity and increasing resilience to climate change. Now let's go to Cali's mayor. Let's see, what do you think? What are the main risks and challenges that Cali city has? And what solutions are you setting forth, Mr. Mayor Eder, to attend these issues? Thank you. First of all, a warm greeting to each one. Ex-President Santos, thanks for the invitation. The organizers, WWF, and Rockefeller Foundation. Greetings to my friends here in the Cali, in my panel, as well as Mayor Galan. Cali, as a great city, as any in the world, is facing the challenge of climate change and taking care of the city as such. Now that we actually do not respect the environment in practice. Unfortunately, in Latin America, that's the case. Cali is a city which has more than 700 square kilometers. 20% is forests. We have the National Park of Farallones, one of the most mega diverse of Colombia and the world, obviously. Cali is the city of the 7 rivers, 6 of which are born in the Farallones Park. As well as Bogota is mega diverse, let me tell you, in bird species, we have 561 bird species in Colombia, probably in the world. And 5 months ago, we only have 560 species. And a few months ago, we registered this new species discovered this year. In Cali, we live in one of the most mega diverse cities in the world. It's one of the strategic biodiverse ecosystems, one of the top 5, with the Atlantic Mass of Brazil, the Amazon, the lakes in Africa, the jungles, and in Indonesia, and Choco. Very few people realize the importance of this ecosystem, and this ecosystem is in danger, and I would say it is the biggest destroyer of the diversity, and it is illegal economies. What are the illegal economies? We speak about drug trafficking, but we do not know how many. No. For every kilogram of cocaine, we need 85 chemical precursors which kill nature. Illegal mining is the second illegal. About illegal mining, these issues are within our city. This morning, I was in a security council because the National Park of Farallones is plagued with illegal gold mining. And we have a goal, which is before COP16 in October, having all these mines closed. We are giving this good news to the citizen in Colombia. Illegal mining has a terrible effect. It contaminates the 6 rivers that get to Cali. We have the particularity that 100% of the water comes from these 3 of the 6 rivers, Cauca River, but the other 2 are born in Cali. Challenges we have to face. We also have an issue, and it is the fact that Cali is in a valley, but the park is on the mountains. These mountains have a higher uncontrolled growth of livelihood, of households, of building the urban areas, and that is on all stratuses. It's not 0 or 1. In Colombia, we have it divided. We are going to destroy 2 mansions built in the borders of the national park, inside the national park. From the 6 rivers of Cali, only 1 is really uncontaminated in its flow through the city. In our development plan, we have the Farallones plan. How do we protect that part? With public force, with police, making illegal mining, displacing them, and in a strategy of ecotourism to give a different usage to the park. We're also working with the Humboldt Institute, working permanently in an investigation research center with satellites at the points where traditionally there have been mines. And additionally, we're having an environmental master plan, a POT, and a plan of territorial ordaining, along with BID, the International Development Bank, and WWF in this new pot to define the industrial and the household growing and building. This year we have the honor of being the city of where COP16 is going to happen, and we're taking advantage of this for Cali to be at the vanguard of sustainability before, in the midst, and after. We just not want to be only the city, the host cities, but we want to incorporate this into education. We're working with WWF and the Scholas Foundation of Pope Francis and the CAF to educate all our kids at school since they're 4 until they leave for high school about sustainability and the importance of taking care of the environment. Patricia, do you have visions on behalf of the issue and the corruptions as well as the actions to be carried out in the cities? From Conservation International, you have a certain number of strategies, conservation strategies. How would you focus? How would you do for this to be a reality in the rest of the world? Could you link it with what you have said and the mayors before. Yes, first of all, thank you for having us here. Maybe we are the stakeholder, the weirdest stakeholder of this fantastic team. It's my pleasure to be here with two mayors and President Santos. Thanks for the Rockefeller work and Rockefeller Foundation for understanding that we needed an office in Bogota, and WWF, sister or brother of Conservation International, by having us together and the importance of working jointly. We human beings tend to have a limiting idea, black and white, by silos, by departments. We understand the health, the economic, the social issues, and sometimes the environmental things are left for last. And it is so unbelievable to hear these two mayors speaking about their strategies. We in Conservation International have been working, Weber Holland has been working to conserve the biodiversity of Colombia, and we have to connect with cities. This is one of the reasons why Conservation International is different. We have always understood that conservation of nature has to be done for the benefit of people. We have to find these initiatives, these creative initiatives out of the box to be able to start identifying how we can benefit locally people, indigenous communities who are the custodians of this fantastic nature the planet has, but also citizens at cities who need or want, who buy food at the supermarket, and we shouldn't forget that intrinsically we live off nature. Some years ago, World Economic Forum published a document which changed the vision of economists. I am an economist. I'm an economist in recovery, let's say it that way. We didn't understand the value of nature for us. This article published in Davos 3 years ago specifically said global economy depends 50% or more of the state of nature. And if you see the risk reports that Davos produces from the 10 most risky systems, 3 are nature and environment. Climate change, destruction of biodiversity, and adaptation to the climate change. So, starting to understand the holisticness of the systems and understanding cities as part of the solution is critical. So, what have we been doing? And you have spoken about the ordaining territorial plan of Cali. We've been working with Bogota and the regional and national government, thinking on how we can manage, how can we administer all from what people from Bogota depend: water, the maintenance of biodiverse areas, because we're generating work at the point of doing restoration works. This reserve of Vanderhamen Reserve are an unbelievable opportunity of generating work. When we're doing restoration, we're creating new jobs that didn't exist before, and we are projecting that for 2030, works based in nature solutions can produce more than 390 million new jobs in the world, which do not exist nowadays. At a moment of economic crisis everywhere in the world, these kinds of initiatives allow us to create an economy around and based on nature, and it helps us solve issues of economy, health, and environment. We've been working in Conservation International in connecting urban and rural, the conservation of the highlands far away, with the vision of citizenship in general, not only in terms of education and understanding this connectiveness, but in the creation of policies. Talking about the POT, the ordaining territorial plan, and all the other elements and policies on behalf of the National Secretary of Environment, as well as the National Ministry of Environment. When we create these common benefits, we start working together. That's a vision of CI, understanding ourselves as solution, the collaboration. Thanks for helping us connect cities with strategic systems. As they said, Cali and the Pacific, Bogotá also with the Amazon, even though we might be far away. Thanks for bringing that idea of connections between cities and ecosystems, which is transcendental for the provision of services like water, so crucial as it. Now, Ian, can you speak about C40 and what role you have in urban planning as well as in management of residues? In the conversation we had with all of you before, for the arrangement of this panel, you mentioned you were finding several challenges mayor offices have in Latin America. Why don't you tell us about it? Thank you. A warm greeting to each one of the panel members here. A warm greeting to ex-President Santos and Director Sandra of WWF and the team with Director Deep in the Rockefeller Foundation team. And everyone here today, it's I am from Brazil. It's not in the biography. I'll try to speak slowly in Portuguese. Fastly, C40, for people who don't know about it, is a network of 97 of the biggest cities in the world committed to face climate change.
It was created over 20 years ago, a major of London, and since then it's been growing. And with a clear understanding that the cities are part of the problem, 70% of greenhouse emissions are generated in the cities. This 97 is a small number. I come from Brazil. Brazil has 5,500,000 cities. I know Colombia has maybe more or less. But with 97 cities, we were able to have a fifth of the global GDP and 10% of the population. That's interesting. The first point for the regional reality. Latin America, with over 82%, is the region of underdevelopment. And the challenges we have and the big cities, we have mega cities in Latin America. This is another interesting point. These challenges are already felt in the cities. The climate change this year, I had the opportunity to be here in Bogotá at the beginning of the administration, the mandate of Major Galan, talking about the wildfires on the eastern side of the Bogotá. Air quality in 7 months. There are 3 crises that the administration had to face or deal with connected with the climate change. I had the opportunity to be in Buenos Aires. We just had the new mandate, the biggest flooding in the past 15 years in Brazil. All the big cities that are part of the red network, there are 13 big cities in Latin America: Mexico City, Bogotá, Medellin, the capital Lima, Santiago, Buenos Aires, and others in Brazil. Others with floodings during the summertime, with the cities and majors working 24 hours a day for the response actions. In Santiago, something similar to what was happening in Bogotá, wildfires, not only in Santiago, but places nearby, and an important problem with water in Mexico as well. Recent elections, as we were able to see, for the nation as well for the cities, suddenly hydric security became an issue with the elections because it was general in the city of Mexico in Guadalajara. The candidates, they were asked about what they were going to do about to how they were going to do to secure the water distribution. Never asked that in the past. That means that the cities, the majors, they are facing the climate impacts. All these cities, the 13 cities, and almost all the 97 cities, all Chinese the cities also could be part of it, but it's difficult for them to commit, the Chinese cities. But they all agree on the Paris Agreement. So that means that talking about the 13 cities in Latin America, they have climatic action plans that show clearly what is the clear path to decarbonize these cities, and that of course depends on the private sector and the national government, and also what are the challenges and the climate risks that they face. If we look at from the regional point of view, these risks include especially these 13 cities. First, we talk about floodings, the most common challenge for these big cities in Latin America, hydric security, and heat waves. And I'm pretty sure the majors, Major Galan, I think he's thinking about it because it does happen every day. There are problems that you face. We see the example of Bogotá, innovative policies to increment green areas, and also to play the role and reduce the gas green emissions in the region. And the region in Latin America, if you look at it, the Paris Accord, and what we want to do by 2030 is to have 2 tons of CO2 by habitant. And the C40, which are the biggest cities in the world, Latin America is the only region that is already under, which means that we have lower emissions, but we are already suffering by the impacts. Our challenge is to continue developing our economies, having more equitative cities without increasing our emissions. There is a lot to be learned, and we can continue moving forward, not only with problems but also with solutions. Right. We don't have that much time, so I'll ask you to please be brief. Be brief with the timing. We have less than 4 minutes, please. So let's move to the second round of questions. I'm going to ask you, Major, about the air quality. According to historical data in the southwest of Bogotá, has the lowest air quality in the city. And with all this implies with the health and life expectancy for those who are born, either work, live there. So what strategies are you going to develop to improve this index? The air quality issue, there is an imbalance we have or injustice in the territory. Right, you're right. It's different, the air bred by people in the Occident, the West, and those who are in the Northeast or Northwest. That has to do with a lot of issues with the wind, also the urban environment. The forest within the Southwest is less than the other side. The other sides in Bogotá, they need to walk for a lot of blocks to see a tree. We want to overcome that. We have strategies that complies goals from the past. We have to have better areas to have better air. We're going to implement these areas, especially in the southwest of Bogotá, that has to do with intervening paving roads. That sounds like a minor issue, but it's not. One of the problems that we have is the lack of paving on the roads. These big trucks in those areas, the urban forests. We're going to try to create 3 big urban forests in the southwest of Bogotá. And we're aiming to work on different fronts in Bogotá. We are building the first subway line. They try to stop it, but no one is going to stop it. We're going to build it. We're going to work on the second one, and leave the third one ready. Bogotá has a system with over 11,000 buses. 1,500 are only electric, but they don't have big capacity. They're good ones. We have to continue moving towards that. But our goal in this administration is that last week we defined that the next fleet of electric buses is going to start working on articulated, and by articulated, massive buses. We're going to have 615 electric buses, 170 to 100 passengers. That's going to be the largest electric fleet in Latin America. And it's going to be the largest in the world, except China, probably. It's in a goal we have in our administration. We're going to have over 270 buses to Soacha. So that's the main exercise when renewing the fleet. It's going to help us improving the air quality. Of course, as I mentioned before, we have the intervention on the eastern mountain area in the Van der Hamen. In February, Bogotá has an issue with quality air due to winds, with wildfires in the Amazons and the Orinoquia, winds that come from the Sahara. That does affect the quality in Bogotá. We're making a huge effort, and we're going to multiply with a national comment. We have to think on the cities and how they occupy the territory, how they develop, how they grow, how they're organized, because the usual trend is to say we don't have to grow. We have to renew the cities. That's partially truth, but the truth is that when you renew the urban areas, where do people end up living? People arrive, 8,000 to 10,000 people arrive to Bogotá, arrive every month. If we don't give them a chance where to live, they end up invading illegal lots. For example, the place in Entre Nubes place, or places in the eastern mountain areas. That ordering plan is fundamental for air quality and life quality. How do we promote low-cost housing that people can pay for, that has some support from the government, and we cannot condemn them to live illegally? That happens in many places in Latin America, and they are in high-risk areas. Mayor of Cali. Here we spoke about air, but we imagine that Cali has pollution problems of a different kind. We would like to hear about the solutions that you are proposing, waste and things like that. Okay, the main problematic we have in Cali, more than air quality, is the pollution, the river pollution. As I mentioned before, we have 7 rivers in Cali. The 7 rivers are contaminated. The less contaminated is the Pance River. Is lovely taking a dip or swim in the Pance River, and the Cauca River, which is the river we get 70% of the water we drink in Cali, comes from the most polluted rivers in Cali. This is two of the most important rivers in Cali, together with the Magdalena River. The Cauca River has less than 1 milligram of oxygen by each liter of water, and the average is 4. So we have a river that is extremely contaminated and polluted. In addition to that, the sewer waters are not being treated. Cali has a treatment plant. This treatment plant was built many years ago, 30 years ago, I think, and was never functioning, operating 100%. The best was 50%. 50% does not mean 50% of capacity. It means it received all the sewer water from Cali. It did process it, 50% of the process, and then it will pour back to the river. I received that plant operating at 30%. So, in fact, the river, when it goes through Cali, we were pouring sewer water, and we're killing the water in the Cauca River. This is our priority. We've been working with the national government to see how we can fix the La Petar treatment plant in Cabañalejo to bring it to 100%. We need $500 million to recover that plant. It's a huge amount, but that's the amount we need to care for the water. I want to insist in something, Adriana. I want for you to take this message with you to the COP that we're going to have in our country. The main the structure of biodiversity in Colombia and the tropic, especially in Africa and Asia, are the legal economies. Most of the pollution that comes in the river, Cauca River, comes from the legal mining that happens in the south of the country, in the Cauca department, and all the illegal plantation of coca and the processing of coca. And this happens in the Pacific littoral. Half of the municipalities in the Pacific region, we have illegal mining, and we also have and 60% of the coca plantations are between the Cali and the border with Ecuador. We cannot continue coexisting with these crimes. These crimes are affecting our country socially, and also with our reputation, and also affecting the environment. Thank you, Major. Patricia, again, the biggest challenges of two important cities in Colombia, one on the side of the air quality and the other side the pollution and the rivers, they well explained. Those were well explained. International conservation, and those two components mentioned by the majors, what solutions do you have in your hands? Nature. And the truth is that if we think about air quality of cities, and if we think how to be sure that people can have a better air quality, we have to plant trees. We have to plant green, because that's what helps us have a better air quality. We will not be able to invert, or we will be able to find the resources to invest in infrastructures that can clean the air or create clouds like it was done in Peking, China. That is an easier and cheaper solution, a more realistic solution, which is nature. Major Galan, you mentioned about forests within the city. Absolutely, that's part of the solution, yes. And Major Elbert, you mentioned about the water quality. If we rebuild, or if we rebuild these highlands, these forests, those wetlands that help us to have those environmental services, we might not have issues with filtration issues, we won't have issues with air quality. In addition to that, we can help tremendously the health, mental and physical health. A study done by Edinburgh University during pandemic, they analyzed the impact that having access to green areas had to the people, those who were confined to the pandemic and those who were sick by the COVID. They identified that the pollution that have access to parks, green areas, first of all, they cured easily and faster, and their mental health was healthier, and reduced the costs to the government because you didn't have to spend money on health solutions in that regard. So the answer is nature. Third of the climate change problems is an opportunity to build employment, not only when restoring, as I mentioned before, Alcaleder. I love birds. I have worked with them a long time. Having opportunity to see a city with birds and looking different 500 different species flying is magic. The United States has over 300 million inhabitants. 75% of, or 80 million people are fanatics of birds, and they do pay thousands of dollars to be able to come to countries like Colombia, Ecuador, like different countries in Africa, to be able to see the bird watch. If we can give these opportunities in cities, if you saw the amount of tourists that do bird watching in Central Park in New York, when migration in springtime or in other seasons, you will be amazed the kind of resources that they receive to have to do bird watching. These magic cities that the planet has given us with that much diversity. It's a matter of putting these plants, trees, and the birds will come back. Everything is beautiful comes back. Not only will give us an economic benefit, but also a health benefit, mental and physical benefit. Thank you. And spiritual as well. Ian, you have been, as we mentioned at the beginning, a huge support to the cities that are part of this network. network for the measures for mayors in matters of diversity, but also with a specific emphasis on monitoring air quality programs and strategies that the mayor of Bogotá just mentioned, the urban areas for a better air quality. Why don't you tell us the bet, your proposal or your approach to escalate these initiatives and to be able to generate a real impact of these air quality impact? This is a proposal that started with our president. The London Sadikan is our co-president. If you read your book, it says that the first time they had any contact with the pollution and therefore climate change was when developed asthma. Entering the center of the city of London, and suddenly he started having asthma. And then he started hearing from mothers that their children had issues with them, and also the elderly had problems, and they are more vulnerable to the air quality. And we started working with that. They had a huge amount. They have 6 million people, and with that we started working on different areas. Bogotá is one of the cities that lead. That is one of the commitments of the 40 cities. We want to reach the levels defined by the United Nations. We need to get that by 2030. No city around the world can do that. And with that, we started working to support in this double challenge, climate change and air quality. When we face by rule, when you face one, you face the other one. The solutions are the same, or the problems are the same. This is what Major Galán said, the magnitude. The commitment with electric buses is good. Bogotá already has, they say that they have the largest electric fleets in Colombia compared to China. But we have that technology. City of Mexico, we have the largest city with 60 electric biarticulated buses. The challenge is to have more than that. They support the pollution down. They do more than the smaller buses. Workers of Transmilenio, we took them to China looking for different providers. Like a month ago, we support the electrification of Transmilenio. Over 10 years ago, we were able to bring the first bus 10 years ago, and we brought that for testing, and we're supporting the implementation of the first fleet and now the second fleet. We have something called Foncarga, a program that is led by the mayor through the environment secretary to replace the trucking in the fleets. They pollute a lot. The participation is huge. Bogotá is the only city in the region, in the world, but in the region at least, that is going to invest in this change to improve the air quality. What Bogotá is doing and the effort by Mayor Bogotá, Galán, is to improve the air quality of the citizens. I would say that it's a maximizer. Having poor air quality is a maximizer for the imbalance on poverty. If it's greener, it's richer. That's good for any city. It's good. It's a Latin American problem. All these efforts improving the air quality, improving the transportation fleets, the trucking industry, the southwest areas are more vulnerable. There are actions to improve the air quality and improve the health of the citizens. We have 13 minutes. I'm going to break the scheme, otherwise we won't have enough time for Q&As. I'll give each of you 2 minutes. We have a clock there, so 2 minutes. It's not good interrupting mayors, but I'm going to have to do that in order to finish the whole panel. final message that you want to send or give the audience regarding the cities and the solution for the triple planetary crisis, lack of loss of biodiversity? Major Galan, let's talk about the water. For water is critical. When we arrived, we knew that there was an issue with that. We didn't know how bad it was and how fast we had to face it, because we knew that Bogotá was going to have an issue with the water by 240. It just happened a few weeks after we arrived. So we had to take measures, of course, unpopular, but needed. But you know that Bogotá, we need water from the highlands surrounding the Bogotá, Chisbasa, Sumapaz, Huacheneque, especially the highland of Chingasa. So we had to work fast to bring more water from the north side, less from Chingasa, so we can lower the pressure on Chingasa. That's why we are speeding the works on the Petaro Tricol, but we're doing something important as well. The one thing is investing what Patricia was saying, the basins that provide water to Bogotá. We're going to invest 24,000 million Colombian pesos in Colombia. With international conservation, we're presenting a project for over $90 million for the Green Fund of the United Nations that makes an effort on that. Intervention of a huge amount of hectares, especially in the Bogotá River, so we can strengthen that basin, we can preserve it, so we can reduce the pressure we have in the other basins, such as Chingasa.
And secondly, maybe the most important environmental issue in Colombia is the Petrarca, the Canoas residual water treatment plant, and 70% of Suacha and 30% of Bogota. We call them PETR for the acronym in Spanish. That is the most important one for the Bogota River impact and the Magdalena River. It has an impact in 56 municipalities of Colombia. We're doing as we can to disentangle this project and having this for next year. That is a PETR with a guarantee of the national government, and we expect its support. And we solve a historical debt we have treating its residual waters. It's a promise for more than 30 years. We know what we have to do, but we haven't been able to do it. We have it structured, and I hope we can do it. It will input significantly, not only at a local level, but at a national level. It is closing historical debts which have to do with conservation of soil, the eastern forests. Third, changing the matrix of the city with all the tools we mentioned. And thirdly, a different management of residual waters and a protection with the emphasis not only in gray areas for the water production, but in basins which will allow us to guarantee water in the long term. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Eder, I would like to take advantage of these 2 minutes. First of all, to invite you to Cali to watch birds. We will receive any dollars or euros you bring. But inviting you also to COP 2016. It will last until the 1st of November. We will have more than 150 delegations confirmed. We will overcome 180. There will be a green area of COP or COP where we will have different academic and parallel management with WWF, with universities. It will be a great moment for us to be able to work about biodiversity on the map, and telling you that since I am the mayor, I have the possibility of being one of the best or the most important meetings. We will have Alcalde Galan, and we are setting forth a very specific topic we want to have a pact among cities to protect biodiversity and specifically to fight against illegal economies because of the destroying effect of biodiversity. When you see two cups, one climate change, the other one biodiversity. Taking care of climate change without biodiversity is impossible. You need biodiversity to keep an adjusted climate, and we need to protect biodiversity. It would be a historical mistake on behalf of Colombia to bring the whole planet to our country, which has suffered with these criminal, illegal groups which are destroying Colombia still and not putting this on the map. But what does Cali have to do, or a city like Esmeraldas in Ecuador, with a city like Paris or New York about illegal mining? And it has everything to do because much of the gold sent from illegal mines end up in Bulgari and Cartier watches and different jewelry shops everywhere in the world. And many of the batteries of the electric vehicles we have in Santiago de Cali and Bogotá trying to renew our fleets, where do they come from? They come from illegal mines, which are very destructive in the hearts of Africa and other places in the world. So we need to have better awareness, bigger awareness, and a fight against a joint fight. So please bring dollars and euros to COP 2016 in Cali. Thank you, Patricia. And obviously take their binoculars. No, we sell them there. We have to be very short. Yes, I will just emphasize in one thing. Nature is solution, the solution, not only of weather change or climate change, but also in health, economy, welfare, the relationship between urban and rural. We have to remember we are nature. We need to go back to understanding nature as part of our solution. Not only it's sometimes more effective and cheaper, and it allows us to be equitative and generate equitable solutions, but it allows us for us to be making that the planet be livable, and not only for us but for the next generations. We need political coherence. We have invested more than 2,500 million a year in destroying nature. We could generate millions in solutions based on nature, creating employment, helping us out in welfare and health. We keep on benefiting very short-term policies. President Santos, you mentioned it this morning. We need for the political system to understand investing into incentives which might allow us to restore nature instead of subsidies which are destroying the plan. Thank you, Elon. If mayors would stay in time. I have two brief points. We have a very weird opportunity within this region. This year and next year, Brazil and Colombia will gather three of the most important elements of the Colombian, the world juncture. G20, which is in Brazil, COP 2016 in Colombia, and COP 30 in Belém, Brazil. That is a great opportunity for us to take these agendas specific from our country. Colombia, the most biodiverse country in the world in relative terms, and Brazil, the most biodiverse in absolute terms. We are urbanized countries with complex issues, but very many things in common. That is a weird opportunity we have to take into account and take advantage of. And the structure we have that ex-President Santos mentioned in the long term, this international structure was not created in an urbanized country where we had the national governments like the ones discussing issues. It is the time to bring sub-national, regional governments on the table. They have the commitment, they know what to do, but they need the juncture, a transversal or vertical juncture. It is the time for adding funding, bringing mayors, governors to these tables of discussion, where Latin America has a big agenda and a big incidence in everything. Governors made 2 questions through the QR code. We have 2 minutes 22 seconds for. Oh, it's 20. It's to choose one of these 2 questions: the integration of the private sector, the academy, and other key sectors to be able to scale these adaptation to climate change and biodiversity programs, which are related, both issues. So in 1 minute and 57 seconds, we need to give an answer to this, and who knows it. 30 seconds each. We need to work with the private sector. Otherwise, we will be very far from reaching it. The transfer for building rights, there's a work with private resources and how to give public benefit. If we're not convinced of this, we won't be able to reach it in an effective way. So in Bogotá, we're committed to a joint work with private sector. Same thing as in Cali. I think that it is key to have this clear. It's funny to mention there are sectors where they put the private sector like the worst. The society wouldn't work if we didn't have a private sector. One of the best examples of sustainability comes from private sectors, precisely. Private companies, many have to work in their plans too, but many have been exemplary to work in circular economies and minimizing its carbon footprint. Same thing happens with universities and research. That is something we have to do more in Colombia, and we have to devote more resources to research and development, especially into green economies and taking advantage of the biggest richness we have, which is biodiversity. I will go back to incentives and political coherence. When we put incentives for the private sector to create creative solutions, we solve the issue, and we are seeing that there is private investment in woods restoration, not only for carbon but for sustainable needs and income with the woods. We generate much more impact with the help of private sector in solving these and creating these solutions. With government or philanthropy, we won't solve it. A number, 8% of the emissions of city are under the control of the city. To get to 100%, 92% is the private sector. It's part of the issue, but it's it's one of the biggest, it is the biggest of the solution, not the mayor's office. Okay, thank you for giving us creative solutions to this triple environmental crisis. Thank you. Okay, let's continue with the next panel. Next conversatory, as we call it, is one of the most important ones. One of the biggest topics to deal with in COP 2016. And Minister Susana Mohammad said this was one of the conversations, one of the most important conversations she wants to have in COP 2016. Investing in nature towards a new financial system for the protection of biodiversity and the action in pro of climate. In this panel, we will invite Sergio Diaz Granados, Executive President of CAF, the Caribbean and Latin American Bank. Welcome. Let's invite the General Manager of Terrazos, Mariana Sarmiento. She will be speaking about how to generate a new financial system to be able to protect biodiversity. Valmer Ortega, Executive Director of Belterra Agroflorists. Agroflowers or something like that. It's a main name, Valmer Ortega. And this panel will be moderated by Paula Caballero, Regional Director for Latin America of the Nature Conservancy Fund. This conservation will have a space for questions with the scanner of QR code. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For this panel, it is our pleasure following after these very rich conversations we've had in the previous panel and along this whole day. I have the pleasure of directing during the next 40 minutes this panel, which will approach one of the important topics. We all speak about biodiversity, but the issue is how we can finance it. We have a panel with perspectives and experiences which are going to bring rich experiences in how to face this issue. We have the executive president of the Andean Fostering Bank or association with an extensive experience in the public and the private sector, all with a great emphasis in development and integration, regional integration. He has been Minister of Industry, Tourism. He's also been a congressman, and he brings this perspective. And before being president of CAF, he was the executive director of BID for Colombia and Peru. We also have with us a person which is widely known because of its innovation. She is Mariana Sarmiento, General Manager of Terrazos, long experience in environment, in the experience, design and application of environmental practices and financial mechanisms. She founded Terrazos in 2023, which looks for the articulation of environment and finances. She has been working with habitat banks. From Brazil, we have Valmer Ortega with agroforests, a geologist of long experience in the sector, in the public sector. He has developed as Mato Grosso do Sul Superintendent of Environment and interim President of IBAMA and Secretary of Environment of the Pará State. He has implemented public policies in the government focused on sustainability and environmental development. This panel would allow us to face a central issue. We have to analyze how we can mobilize resources of the size we need for the attention of interrelated crisis of biodiversity, climate change, and equity. Poverty, an issue we have been clearly analyzing along the whole day. There is a crescent recognition that our economies depend on bio and ecosystems. Its structure. For people who have been working like me for decades, this is not optional. This is not just environmental. The maintenance of risks in the productive and financial system is bigger than solving it. I think we are now having the visibilization of a bigger understanding of this. We are now starting to understand how the alignment of public and private sector funds and how funds increase through public investment, through mechanisms, but we have a long way to go. And even though we're looking for these possibilities, there is a big visible source, a window of investment for successful projects. We need to move these resources, investments, and actions easily, and we need to remember that emissions are equally important. Let's analyze a series of questions so you can complement with our perspectives. There is a simple one with an important perspective on how you define financing for biodiversity. What's the role to push it through? Dr. Diaz Granados.
A better financing the financing the region. Can you tell us how has it been and how is the focus of the work by the bank? Thank you, Paula, and good afternoon to all of you. A special greetings to Joanna for being here on this panel with me. I want to start saying that in 2021, the directory requested for us to create a value proposal by 2026. The strategic feeling of the bank. Remember that we were out of the pandemic. Part of the resources of the bank went to cover the pandemic, the financing of different countries. So the value proposal that we made to the directors was bring the bank to what the priorities that Latin America has. Just concentrate on the adaptation and mitigation issues. Try to bring 40% of our approvals by 2026, adaptation and mitigation, and try to leverage everything that means improving the growth, social growth in Latin America. That was the intention. This year, we are at 35% of our approvals there, of the green components that has adaptation and mitigation elements. So I think we're going to reach 30-40%. I'm going to say that it hasn't been easy because there is interaction that we have to have with the governments. We have to fix priorities, but there is a good argumentation by the bank to the governments to where that could be a good investment, could be profitable only from the social point of view, but from the environmental point of view, reduces poverty but protects the environment. If we manage to have the reasoning with the governments, we'll find support for the projects. That has been the activity that the bank has conducted the past years. I'm going to give you some practice cases. We launched a biodiversity network. We launched that in Barranquilla. We have 180 cities in Latin America, Brazil, in Peru. With the mayors, we started structuring solutions based on nature that help us to recover ecosystems within the cities. In the case of Barranquilla, we're financing the Mallorquín Ciénaga or the bay. But in the case of Viterbo in Brazil, we were financing the sewer treatment plant that were previously to that. They were pouring the water to the waters. They have a plant next to the municipality, forests that are holding the sediments. That's an experiment done by the Vitari Mayor's office, and we were involved in the financing of that project. We have a huge potential of the cities. One of the things that we have done is financing projects that have the biodiversity component in it, so the nature solution in it. That's an effort for all of us, for not only for the receiver, but the government as well for the bank. Other point is the need of having a better knowledge of the project we're doing and how to transfer that knowledge when preparing projects and safeguarding the projects to protect nature. We have to use a extreme case. I am from Santa Marta, I'm from the Caribbean. One of the things that I remember the most when I was a child, and I compare with my life today, is destruction of the Ciénaga Grande in Santa Marta. The connection between the Santa Marta and Barranquilla. It was just a wish, not for those cities, but for other cities that connect the port within the center of the city. The nature of the bay in 1997 is one of the biggest destructions of a wetland. People who work around the Ciénaga Grande work. What can we do to repair that Ciénaga? Is better planning of the road. If we had better knowledge back in '57, we wouldn't have committed that crime. I know that's when I see that that's where the bank has to promote that conversation. Tomorrow in Bogotá, we have the first symposium in Latin America. 30 that have been called by the bank to bring the scientific world to the public policies together, is to ask the scientists where they see the opportunities, what can be more profitable when preserving things, how can we transfer the knowledge to the public policies, how can we make it a financing tool, how can we create financial problems standalone that can finance the biodiversity, how can that be valued so the market and the private sector as well as the governments can understand it. So there's the challenge of the development bank. And I'm going to say that we are climbing a wall. That is not a road to follow. We are opening the road. I believe that conversations like COP16 that we have in Cali are going to help us improve that conversation. Having this meeting today with the Compass Foundation and, of course, with the Rockefeller Foundation and other actors is going to help us articulate this philanthropy effort between science and the development bank, and how to make the government understand those are the decision makers. That is where bank summarizes their action, generate more knowledge, prepare and safeguard infrastructure projects that we already been built in Latin America and Caribbean, generate and direct financing for the biodiversity issues. We have made finances with WWF International for the flyways in Latin America. We're crossing a path for the first time to see how we can do it together, sell this to the local governments, how to create knowledge for at the local level, and how that's profitable then to explain the businessman how this is profitable, and also within the bank as an institution to develop the talent that enable us to become an interlocutor for the government when developing those proposals and plans. Thank you. Precisely, the multilateral bank plays an important role when financing, catalyzing, and articulating, as you mentioned. I love what you mentioned about the lessons learned from the past. You have to open a path, but learning and innovating. Vladimir Sipo, if I can give you the mic, and financing for biodiversity entails a huge spectrum on business models. In this huge question I'm asking you, how do you define the financing for the biodiversity? What's the key factor for this financing? Thank you, Paula. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the Rockefeller Foundation. It's an honor. I'm going to speak in Portuñol. I apologize for the words in Spanish that I'm going to say. I worked for many years with the government. I had an opportunity to be the Protective Areas Director in Brazil, and we have a program, a huge program in Brazil. I know that the key factor for megadiverse countries such as Brazil, Colombia, is to dispute the international financing to protect these areas. As the President Santos mentioned in his speech, he spoke about a park of 4 million hectares. How do they protect an area such as that? The investment, Brazil has huge protected areas, 4 million hectares, which is this is the size of Costa Rica, 4 million hectares. So it's a huge challenge, and it's very important to, under the Biodiversity Convention, to create mechanisms that support these systems. In Brazil, we worked for many years in the government. I had the opportunity to work with international conservation after the government and developing systems of financing for protected areas. In Brazil, we have 100 million hectares of protected areas. It's a huge area, and we have to create sophisticated mechanisms of financing that entail public financing, participation of private sector. In Brazil, we have a system of subsidies for big work that forces the companies to invest in protected areas. Those areas, the big areas that become corridors that connect big landscapes, are fundamental for preserving biodiversity. And the other side, private areas such as, like Mariana mentioned, they're fundamental. In the case of Brazil, I imagine in Colombia and other countries in Latin America also are the same. A big part of the forests are in private properties. The facendas, the farms, is fundamental to create economic incentives, biodiversity bonus, other types of incentives, so the producers remain with that. And my role in Altera is a startup for forestal planting. We do the transition from the biodegraded land in Brazil. We have 200 million hectares for cattle pastures, and 80 million hectares of this is the size of Colombia. Imagine that's the size. I think this is just areas that have been degrading, polluting rivers, and generating lower levels of revenue for the agriculture. Improve these lands, transform these lands for agroforestal areas, agriculture. Regenerative agriculture is very difficult for me to pronounce that. That's fundamental, and we sign contracts with producers for them to have when they have economical advantages with these benefits. The agricultures commit to zero deforestation, and today for every eco park that we are developing or helping, the producers are producing 5 to 10 hectares additional that protect an important biodiversity. So I can imagine that the combination we're doing, and the financing is important. We have to unlock all the financing from the public mechanisms as well as the private sectors, the bank, and all the funds, and the innovative mechanisms, as Mariana was speaking, that creates a new ways of bringing new benefits for the producers, for those keepers of biodiversity in their farms and their lands. That's a combination of different mechanisms that we need. We need to think long-term or bigger scale, because our countries are big. Biodiversity that we're protecting is huge. Therefore, solutions that are not capable of encompassing the size of our challenges do not solve the problem. Thank you for those opinions, Vladimir. It's fundamental that it's combining the different types of financing that are aligned with different land use and either protected areas, and how can we transit and support the private sector, the private owners, to territories that have larger protection, greater protection, and productive transformation towards a more generative schemes. So that gives us a good idea of what complexity is when we speak about financing for biodiversity. Mariana, then Terrazos has been a pioneer when addressing financing schemes for biodiversity. What perspectives can you bring from Terrazos to address this so complicated landscape? First of all, thank you for this invitation. And to answer the question, I'm going to explain a bit what the Terrazos model is. We identified a need and an opportunity at the same time, which was many resources of environmental compensations in the country that had to be implemented, but they were not being implemented, but they were invested with a low impact. And then we said, how can we generate a solution that facilitates the private sector for them to make their mandatory investments, but how can we generate a business model in the territory that dynamizes the area? As you said, the rural dynamic in our countries is very small. We're reaching areas where the productivity by hectare were 14,000 per hectare. I'm talking about $3 per hectare. So then we said that is a model in different countries. We're going to adopt it to Colombia. So we go on the habitat banks. It's a model that pays by results. It's a structure for 30 years. Think about a road model. There is a development plan of a project. There is a phase for building the project, and there is a phase for maintaining that project. We're building ecological infrastructure, and the payments for those companies, they have to compensate by law, or they're only given when we fulfill the points. We're talking about the 4G, for example, in Colombia. The 4Gs is for conserving the biodiversity. And I connect that question you made, how to address that. You not only to finance it, but be sure that that financing reaches the territory and that impact the territories. That has been our driver. That applies not only to the private sector in Colombia. In Colombia, we have, if we add all the money that is spending on environmental compensations, we're speaking about 700 million pesos in debt. The environmental compensations, they owe 700 million Colombian pesos in Colombia. So how can we facilitate that? In that payment model, there are some investments. We have the multilateral bank. They have been investing on these models. We have received resources by donors in the early stages of the project because it's risky. We are innovating. We understand the cycles quite well. And recently, there's a private capital that is already participating. Then all these at the end are payment models by results that where we're looking at a huge potential, so we can escalate that program, but with two fundamental realities. If we want to move away from the philanthropy models, which is the role that the public policy plays, and to force the companies that affect the less, for them to compensate. But in addition to that, and the financial sector, which are financing the structure, and they have risks at the end that are operational, that it forces for those who are developing the projects, for them to develop projects that have to do with biodiversity. They can be motivating more habitat banks in only Colombia, but the other areas in Latin America. Thanks for sharing that experience, because I think there are some good, excellent lessons. Maybe in the next question we can speak a bit more about that, Mariana. What are the enablers, enabling conditions that the public sector can use it to be able to escalate the programs? What I would like to speak about something. As a global community, we are facing huge challenges. We need to reach high levels of ambition, and as I was saying before, urgency. The question is, what's the role of innovation? You have spoken a lot about that, Mariana. I would like to speak a lot about how La CAF is looking at the innovation. We're looking about the strategic ecosystems. What does that mean? And one more thing, how can you be sure that these financial flows not only reach the territory, but for that to be effective and quick? If I can ask you again, Dr. Granados, how La CAF is doing that? Paula, in the past 30, 40 years, we have lost the concept of the nature in the development. has been surrounded by other variables, but has been left out of the conversation in a way. What we see from the bank, looking at nature as a pillar, we have tried to incorporate it in the conversation with other countries in the private sector. The second part is starting from a simple concept. If you erase the limits and borders and the administrative borders in Latin America, there is a different map altogether. From a bird that has to fly from north to south or east to west, or a feline, or the fish, or any other type of phenomenon that do not recognize borders. The way we have said, or the cities, or the way we're developing the trade flows in the region, fracture the ecosystems. So we're working with the ecosystems like 2 years ago, speaking with the ecosystems, trying to play a role in the bank. We have governments, we have 27 countries. We are working, coordinated with among the governments, borders, customs. We said, okay, nature can be part of it. Why don't we think about this? We speak about highlands from Venezuela to Peru. The highland problem entails the country. We can start in the Patagonia, Argentina, or in Chaco, or the wetland between Bolivia, Brazil, and Paraguay. Or if we speak about Mesoamerica, I went to Honduras last week. And Trujillo produces 20% of the coffee around the world between Honduras, Guatemala, and Salvador. That's those are ancestral areas, but there is no good coordination. There are some authorities around the Trevino, but there is no coordination action. So I believe that what we did from the bank is to have the conversation, including the ecosystems, so we can all together can work with those ecosystems. We can fracture them by the artificial borders of these for the past 200 years of Republican mandates. So we have an ecosystem. For example, we have the Amazons. They have its own. They have a lot of treaties, but the other ecosystems that have been left behind, Perijá, the Catatumbo, systems that are really with not much attention or within the global and regional vision. This is a bank from the Latin American for the Latin American Caribbean. This is part of our patrimony, natural patrimony. We have to take that for development bank. As the bank grows and grows with all over Latin America, we have to identify what other things that we have to want to preserve in the 21st century. We want to recover, and the mission that the bank wants to become a huge sponsor for all these ecosystems that are today are not under any treaties or any cooperation about any governments. But if we could do it with some type of effort and coordination, then we offer the technical experience of the bank for the government, so we can move forward towards that direction. This is our proposal, and we have to learn from what we did in the other parts, bring it to the ecosystems that are essential for the ecosystems in Latin America. They are not being being monitored. I'm glad the CLACAF is looking surpass different borders. That changes completely the mission. What type of public investment we have? What's cooperation? How is cooperation understood? And multilateral bank. That's the agenda for the 21st century. That's an innovation agenda. Mariane, if we could go back to what the example you were mentioning before is what Terrazos is looking for with this type of mechanisms is trying to reach the territory with a different scale, but with the same depth. What are those enabling conditions, and what are the needs to be able to escalate those type of approaches that are complementary or comprehensive to what those that the LACAF presented? That's not an easy question, because the obvious will be to say we have a clear political framework policy. Colombia in 2012, 2018, We generated a compensation manual. As an example, globally, generated habitat banks, but today we still have difficulties when implementing that. So the enabling conditions are public politics frameworks where we respect our forces, invest in biodiversity. Those are contractual instruments, for example, in loans, where those who are doing some infrastructure work, they have to compensate, not only by the law, but go beyond that, but also in the capacities to implement things. If we have specific perfect standards, it's not worth if the public policies do not execute those standards. The dream for Latin America is to have many companies like El Terra, many companies such as Terrazos. So that, I think, is a fundamental piece of it, but what we learned. And today there is a lot of debate about how biodiversity is being financed, a lot of debate about the units and the biodiversity credits. But if we don't have, if it's not mandatory, we won't see the financial flows coming from the private sector in this area. So public policies that forces compensations when they lose biodiversity. In Latin America, there are 3 countries that have that: Colombia, Brazil, and Mexico. And none of them are implementing that the way it's supposed to be. So we have the rest of the continent to be able to finally be aligned. So I believe the financial system, they play an important role. The other, and finally, this is the reason why Terrazos have been so successful, because we have had exceptional allies that have allowed us to learn as we go. Colombia is very complex, Brazil is very complex as well. Land tenure in the Llanos is different than having land in the Cesar, and each of our projects is different. So what works in one area does not work in a different place, and we have to adjust the financial part to the reality. The financial cycles are for 3 years. So this is our cultural transformation processes, and we are fostering in the territories. So that's another element of the enabling conditions, and leveraging that we have financiers here. The timing is very important. Thank you very much, Mariana. And your call is very important, meaning these are challenging matters. There isn't a simple answer, and just generating the political frameworks is not enough. We need to have a better alignment between the demand, if you can use it, the demand offer between the public sector, the private sector, and how can we change their mindset and how you are valuing the biodiversity, the type of incentives, but with a vision, that long-term vision, as you said, Vladimir. This is nothing that we can achieve with political cycles or financial cycles or with a territorial moment. So to these challenges, and with the experience you have of the public sector, how can you do it? What's the role? How can you support this from the public sector, coinciding to what Mariana was saying? Imagine the public sector has an important role, of course, especially when big-scale solutions. So what Mariana said from the Colombian law is a law that covers all the Colombian territory. It has a transformational power and benefit for all the territory. So that role of the public sector is fundamental, but also the financing. In the case of Brazil, for example, Brazil has a subsidiary credit for the agriculturists or farmers. It's $100 million a year financing the farmers to finance their productions with a lot of subsidies, $1,000 million paid in subsidies to the agriculture. Most of those subsidiaries are for soy, corn, and other products, conventional products, but we cannot transfer those benefits for different innovative products. So agroforest productions, because the banks are, the mechanisms are different. We cannot finance startups that easily. So creating new business models that can have the same benefits of the public benefits mechanisms already offered for the traditional products is fundamental. We need to do work with the public banks, with the governments, so they can look at the benefits of subsidies for transformation models, to transform the territories, so they can have forestal transformation and biodiversity. At the same time, they can produce food and revenue for the farmers or producers. Our forestry for abacachi, the avocado, they receive 10 times, 20 times more revenue than cattle or soya. The farmers themselves, they cannot do the transformation. They don't have access to financing. They can receive training, and they don't have access to fair markets because they have a lot of intermediates and third parties that negotiate their productions. So we need innovation. We need a model that creates the conditions so the farmers can transform their lands without having a financial risk. We provide the technical support to support in the transition, and we make agreements with big global companies, national companies, to guarantee the fair price of the products and a fair condition for the producers. So new business models that combine innovation in the public sector with the innovation on new private financing, that's fundamental, so we can in fact change the land use and have a sustainable production and positive production when protecting biodiversity.
Certainly, that alignment in understanding the flows of financial sources with a model of business with a return which is more sustainable and implies a higher valuing of the ecosystemic services, that is something that will be one of the greatest opportunities when you talk about financing of biodiversity. There are models and schemes where they pay for results like Terrazos has, but we have to understand what productiveness territory has comprehensively and how incentives can be aligned with the mechanisms as well as the public policy in an effective way. I think we're getting to the end of time, and there is a question very interesting for the Rockefeller Foundation and for the organizers, along with Compass, this meeting. What is the role of philanthropy in biodiversity and pushing forward, thrusting biodiversity? Please give us reflections on it in one or two phrases and a recommendation that the audience would like to remember and take away home. So let's start backwards this time. How about Valmer, if we start with you? Definitely, there's an important role for philanthropy, several environments. We're talking about business, but not everything has to be business in the protection of original nations or locals and businesses. We need to do projects and initiatives with social and environmental purposes that widen the capability of local organizations to protect their livelihood in their territory. So it is important. I am a founder of an organization called the Institute of Connection, of Sustainable Connection, and we have just approved an IBD project to do a first pan-Amazonian countries, Peru, Ecuador, Brazil, for the financing of local communities in the improvement of their welfare, their livelihood. In Brazil, we have lots of experiences like that with Connexus, basically financed by philanthropic funds with local producers, how to create markets where with fairer conditions, improving the capability of improving and protecting their lands. There is a role for philanthropy, which is that, but there's a new role that many philanthropic foundations are exploring. One of them is the blend finesse, meaning venture philanthropy with the money of the endowments, which are huge funds, especially in Europe and the US. Part of this money will be invested in generating into global climate solutions. Rockefeller has just launched an initiative with low emissions. It's like $1,000 million with a positive contribution in the production. In Belterra, we have in these 4 years like $60 million in investments, and many were blend fines. They're concessional philanthropic funds with market money, and that is crucial for long-term solutions. Mariana, would you like to compliment? I think there we have different elements. Philanthropy has an important role in generating habilitating conditions. For these kinds of mechanisms, these end up decreasing the risk for the people who we want to enter later on in generating public policy capabilities, generating these first transactions which become emblematic and from which we all learn. That on one hand. Us, for example, being the first doing habitat banks. Everyone says like, what is that Chinese advanced? That does not work in Colombia. They even said, Mariana, in Colombia, this will be possible in 30 years. Yes, but we have to start. And we started because there was a philanthropic fund which supported the first stage. And then we have an eco foundation. There are territories where Valmer says that either markets are not going to get, or we have habitat banks in places where there are no legal compensatory compensations. I mean, Choco, a place where there's no future, no look, no eyesight into the future, and the results of conservation work every 5 years. So there are places where philanthropy could invest, and the scheme of payment by results is interesting for even for philanthropy, and habilitating conditions to decrease risk and allow for innovation. Terms are different in these processes, and just to clarify, formulas have changed a lot, and I gave a lot of examples. Terrazos in our model has received donations. We have received contingent debts. What does that mean? We need to make the repayment of the debt only if it is successful, this innovation at the end of the process, with certain considerable terms. And we also have other equity investments as well as project finance. the topic is understanding the alternatives. It's not black or white in the ways of investment. From the point of view of development banks, that's a natural alliance with philanthropy, I think, in two ways, mainly. First one, establishing scalable solutions in Latin America. That's what we want, how to generate more applied knowledge for Latin America. That's a challenge from the digital point of view, and the management of energy and mitigation, as well as weather change or climate change. We were launching the Observatory of Methane yesterday. There is no way of having it. Latin America emits 23% of the worldwide in the world, but in methane we don't even have a good observatory for methane, and we're not even twitching the public policy for methane, nor in agriculture, nor in energy production. So when we can articulate investigation or research centers that may give a solution in Latin America to go through all these. And the second one, the catalytic resources, reimbursable and non-reimbursable, in doing a good matching in the market of solutions and financing makes all sense. And additionally, there's a direct connection with governments. That way, it's easier for governments when they are present. And as a final reflection, I don't think we have to lose sight or hope. I am raising teenagers. I think the worries are very focused in protection of nature for the region. I think we have a bet, and we have to use this wave of demographic exchange to incentivize this change agenda, not losing hope. I would like to thank everyone, the organizers in this panel, for the panel members, for you to understand the complexity of it. We have just touched upon the punctual elements, and we have examples of 3 different stakeholders making a difference on terrain, on the territory, understanding it in its widest way. And let's keep hope. Thanks for the thanks to the organizers. I'd like to remind you that if you want to share your pictures in social networks, you can share it with hashtag people, nature, and climate. We're sharing everything that happens in this encounter today. We continue with the next panel, which as Sergio Diaz Granados from CAF was saying, this is to empower the next generation, the leaders coming after us who will be doing hard work for this planet. The panel is empowering the next generation of climate leaders and nature. In this panel, I want to invite Ashley Lashley, the Ashley Lashley Foundation, who will be, in short, talking about the empowerment of next generation. same as Daniela Orofino, Director of Amazon DP, Emiliana Rickman, co-founder of Latinas for Climate, and Gabriela Gutierrez, Director of Alliances in Latin America and the Caribbean of the Global Energy Alliance for Global Energy. This panel will be moderated by Elizabeth Yee, Vice President of Programs in the Rockefeller Foundation, a panel run and carried out by women. Welcome.
Hello and good afternoon, and thank you very much for staying around for our important panel this afternoon. As the announcer said, my name is Elizabeth Yee, and I am the Executive Vice President of Programs at the Rockefeller Foundation. What that really means is I have the pleasure of working with Raj and our board to oversee all of our strategy, our grant making, our regional offices, our strategic learning and impact teams as well. And it is a true honor to be up here with this incredible group of women who are leading change in the region and making sure that we engage young people as a key part of this transition as we all in this room build the future for tomorrow. I thought I'd share a little bit about the foundation, which I know Raj did earlier this morning. The foundation has been around for 111 years, and we've focused on promoting the well-being of humanity. Over the past year, one thing that we've been committed to is climate change, because we realize that we cannot do the work that we've done for 111 years without recognizing the challenges that our climate is posing to people around the world. And so before we made that commitment, the billion-dollar commitment to make sure that we addressed climate change and put people at the center of this, we spent a lot of time listening and talking to people in the region. And we did that in particular before we decided to open the office here in Bogotá. And as we did that, what we heard from people in communities was the importance of making sure that we listened to young people in particular, because we are building this future for everyone in this room and everyone that comes after us. And so I am very, very happy to have you all here to help me and all of us here understand what you are working on, what the opportunities are, what the challenges are, and how we can help make it easier to ensure that we build a brighter and greener future. I know we talked about me introducing all of you. I feel like the moderator did, or the announcer did that. So I am going to just jump into our questions instead, so we can actually spend the time having a really important, the dialogue that we need to have. And I will start with you, Daniela. And so, you've spent a lot of time, you've done a tremendous job mobilizing an incredible grassroots movement in your community to make sure that we protect the Amazon. Can you please tell us what strategies have proven to be most successful, and also how you see the role of grassroots activism in the work for young people as we move forward and really drive greater climate action for the region and the world?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. My name is Daniela. I'm from Brazil, and I lead Amazônia de Pé, which is a grassroots movement, a national grassroots movement for the protection of the Amazon and its peoples. We started the movement in 2022, so it's pretty recent, but we've already have more than 20,000 volunteers, most of them young volunteers, between 15 and 30. We have more than 300 partners that are members of our coalition. Some of them are research institutes, some of them are indigenous movements, some of them are cultural institutes, and we have more than 300,000 people that have participated in some of our actions. So why did we decide to start a grassroots movement for the protection of the Amazon and its people? Brazil has amazing social movements and amazing research institutes and scientists that have been working towards the Amazon protection for decades. But we did not have a national grassroots movement for the protection of the Amazon. And for us, building a grassroots movement is building political power. We understand that we need to build political power in our country to defend the Amazon, because we cannot have Brazil's climate policies towards the Amazon protection change radically every 4 years when we have a change in the presidency. And that is what's happening right now. Every 4 years, our climate policy changes radically, and we understand that to build permanent climate policies to protect the Amazon in the long term, we need to build massive public support from the Brazilian society so that the governments, no matter which government is with the pen in its hand, understand that this is a public demand. So that is why we decided to start a grassroots movement. We had the idea, we didn't know how to do it, and the first thing that we decided to understand is what could be the first action to make us build a grassroots movement. So we have in Brazil something in our constitution that is called the Public Demand Bill. It's a tool that is a participatory tool in our constitution, and it's a way for Brazilians to present a bill to Congress. So we don't need a congressman to do it or a congresswoman to do it. Brazilians can do it. It only happens 4 times in Brazil's history, democratic history. We hope to be the 5th one. And it's really hard to do it because we need to gather 1.5 million physical signatures on paper and pen. It's not like an online petition. You have to do it. It's a really bureaucratic process. And we decided we wanted to do it. We know that it's bold. We know that it's really hard. But this was a way for us to push ourselves to do something that needed to be huge, that needed to be spread across the whole nation. And we could search congressmen and say, can you present this bill? That is not what we're trying to do. We are trying to build political power around this cause. So we proposed ourselves this challenge. And then we started talking to a lot of scientists and researchers that have been working towards the Amazon for the last decades and asked them what could be the most effective thing to put in this public demand bill to help protect the Amazon rainforest in the long term. And then they told us, all of them told us, we need to protect the public forests. Right now in Brazil, we have in the Amazon region 57 million hectares of public forests that are undesignated. What does this mean? It's forests that are owned by our state, and they were not designated for any kind of legal protection. So it's in these undesignated public forests where we have the highest deforestation rates in the Amazon. So our public demand bill forces Brazil's government to put all 57 million hectares of public forests in the hands of the ones who have proven to protect better the forests: indigenous peoples, quilombolas peoples, and conservation units. That is the goal of our public demand bill. We started in 2022. We've registered more than 20,000 volunteers that are collecting these signatures in their schools, in their universities, in their churches, in their homes, talking to their parents, their grandparents, their uncles, aunts. And we've seen that giving young activists something concrete that they can do. Collecting signatures is really concrete. You have to print the paper, collect the signatures, and go to the mail and mail them to us. It's not easy. It's not a 5-minute activism. It's something that takes time. But we understood that when we did this call to action, youth came. They registered to collect the signatures. They are collecting the signatures. And then afterwards, after registering them, we train them so that they can talk about public forests with their families, with their communities. We connect them to the other ones who live in their own cities so that they feel supported. They create groups. We train other ones that we train the trainers to welcome more volunteers. So right now we have more than 300,000 signatures collected that are already in our office. So they were collected and mailed to us. And we have much more being collected nationwide. And I think that to wrap up, I think that not only with this movement, we are not only collecting the necessary signatures to bring this bill to Congress, but we are also showing our governors right now, the federal governments, the state governments in the Amazon region, that this is something that Brazilians are supporting. So since we started the movement, we had a really big victory last year on September 5th, which is Amazon Day. It was our biggest victory till this time. It was when the presidency, Brazil's presidency, created a technical chamber, which is a chamber with a lot of ministries, to discuss only the designation of public forests. This chamber has been meeting monthly. We are monitoring their meetings. We're talking to the ministers who are part of the meetings. And since the meetings started, they have already designated for protection 7 million hectares. We want all 57. So we are pushing the needle to make the ambition go as high as possible. And we are every month on their doors watching the meeting. And it's really interesting. Marina Silva, our environmental minister, she said, it's really good that someone is doing that, because it's for us in the meeting to have the eyes of the society looking at this meeting. It's something that we can use in the meeting and say, this is a public demand. This is not something that I'm trying to do from my head. This is a Brazilian's demand. So I think that's the importance of a grassroots movement, to show support for a cause.
Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to clap. I'm going to clap for you. It's so inspiring, the work that you're doing. And Ashley, I want to move over to you because I'm so struck by your story that you've been working on climate and health since you were 16 years old. And it is such an important topic that doesn't receive the attention that it needs. I wondered if you could tell us more about some of the challenges that young advocates and that you've faced along your journey when trying to make sure that your voice has been heard, and how you look forward at the next generation and making sure that we bridge the gap between climate and health in an effective way.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Woman from Barbados, a young person that is, we've recognized that the notion of climate change being interconnected to public health has long gone. Right now, climate change and its interconnectedness to public health is a crisis that we are facing. And at just 16 years old, my passion was centered on health advocacy, and I was advocating for non-communicable diseases. But there and then I recognized that the health of our planet is also interconnected to the health of our people. So through my passion for healthy living and healthy lifestyles, I created a movement called the Hey Campaign, which is called Healthy and Environmentally Friendly Youth. And just like every young person who has lots of ideas but don't know where to start, I went to UNICEF office one day and I saw the representative and I was like, hi, Alice, as here, I have a project that I want to discuss with you that looks at building bridges between youth from across the Caribbean to those across the world. Because as a young Caribbean activist, it's really hard for growing up, it was really hard for young activists from across the Caribbean to have their voices heard on the international platform, especially when across small island developing states, we contribute 1% to the global greenhouse gas emissions. So at the age of 16, I was ambitious enough to present this project to UNICEF. And little did I know it was adopted and supported by UNICEF. I received mentorship from UNICEF within a year. And currently we have one of the largest youth climate and health movements. And what I've recognized as a young person leading a climate and health organization is that there's so many challenges and barriers that are plaguing our young people. A lot of young people, one, still don't understand the interconnectedness that climate change has on people's health. Little did I know, even growing up, that by the year 2030, approximately 250,000 deaths will be caused by that of malnutrition, diarrhea, and other related illnesses. I remember growing up and I often heard that there was, my country, Barbados, was facing like high incidences of dengue fever, but I didn't understand the interconnectedness that water settlements, how that has an impact on people's health. So through the Hey Campaign, we are building awareness to young persons so that they are aware about the intersection that climate change has on people's health. But when it looks at challenges, a lot of young persons have remarkable, innovative projects that need funding and support. So one of the methodologies that I've implemented to help support youth engagement and youth-led projects was that of the Healthy and Environmentally Friendly Youth Global Climate Fund, where I was able to fund youth-related projects relating to the intersection, and some remarkable that came out of that. For instance, in Indonesia, like one of the major challenges that a young man presented to us was that due to remote areas within his country, women who are pregnant at night times, they don't have access to electricity to give birth. So he created a solar box to distribute to different remote communities. Currently in Brazil, we're working on a project with young women again, who are looking at implemented ecological pads. Little did I know as well that there's a big ecological footprint when it comes to the production of paths for women, and that movement with young persons, they're developing these ecological paths to distribute to other remote communities as well. So one of the major challenges that young people have to overcome is how to get their ideas presented within the rooms, how to execute it. But then again, it got to collaboration one, collaborating with multiple organizations, creating that multi-sectorial approach between government, private sector, and civil society organizations is extremely important. In order to achieve anything, we cannot work in silos. We must act as a community. And right now within the climate and health sector, even last year at COP 27, we would have seen that the health movement was the first time that the Conference of Parties actually recognized health as a crucial focus when it comes to the climate crisis. So to end, I'll say that there are significant challenges that are plaguing our young people, but I think there's a spirit of innovation and ambition within our young people today, and they're ready to kick down any doors that stand within their way. They're ready to rise up against any challenges and any obstacles. And the climate crisis and how it interconnects to people's physical health and mental health must be given the necessary attention that it needs, because coming from a small island developing state, we've recognized again that our Caribbean islands are significantly being devastated by extreme weather events. And when an extreme weather event occurs, then it really places tremendous pressure on our public care sectors or our public health sectors. And when we're also looking at climate and health, there needs to be greater investment into climate smart technologies, early warning systems, but also building that psychosocial support. Because I remember again a young person from Dominica, she alluded to the fact that after Hurricane Maria devastated her country, it had an impact on her and her family's mental health. And we don't take the notion of climate change and the impact that it's having on people's mental health seriously. And we really need to place more investment into psychological care after disaster has occurred. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. I want to build on that because I'd love to move over to you, Emiliana. I feel like we know that women and children are the most impacted by climate change. And I think the story you just shared, Ashley, really helps amplify that message. As the co-founder of Latinas for Climate and the focus on women, can you tell us more about some of the intersectionality of climate justice as it relates to gender and human rights, and also why you founded the organization you did and why that is such an important aspect of your work?
Thank you, and hi everyone. Also, thank you so much for the invitation and for having young voices here in this important moment today, because this is all what it is about, and it's inclusion. So thank you. And yeah, definitely, for us, intersectionality is the key for what we do in Latinas for Climate. We actually founded it 4 years ago because of something you mentioned as well, and it's because we were 6 girls working for the Escazú Agreement in that moment, which, if you don't know, is an agreement that links the environment and human rights. And we discovered that the lack of connection with the region that suffers the most, in this case, well, Latin America is one of the ones that suffers the most, and the connection with the international movements and the international platforms in Europe and in the global north that they were mentioning, and they were starting saying that it was important to listen to the most affected people, but when we got something concrete for them to help us, which was putting pressure on their governments, to put pressure on our governments to ratify this agreement, they didn't respond. So we realized that there was a huge lack of connection with the realities we're facing now. And we also realized that it was very important to highlight that connection between human rights and the environment, but also gender. That's why it's called Latinas for Climate, because for us it's very important to connect gender and the climate. And this is also very nice to see this panel full of women, and also how this event today started with women. And I think it's very inspiring, but it's also very important because we need to have in mind all of those perspectives that are often forgotten, and that sometimes from our context or privilege, we don't realize they exist. So for us, it's also very important, and that's why we work always thinking out intersectionality, because it is more about being open, critical, and even being often decolonizing our work as an environmental organization. Because the climate crisis, at the end, as we have seen today, is a human rights crisis. And if we want to build something, if we want to achieve climate justice, we need to have that word justice very present, because we cannot have climate justice without social justice, without gender justice, without racial, intergenerational, and I could go on and on and on, because we understood that everything is connected. So for us, it's very important, and it's also what I think it's a very important tool for youth now, and is the need and the importance to change the narrative, because the climate crisis have been perceived as more as an ecological crisis. When we started and when the international community started worrying about the climate, it was mostly about environmental disasters, which is completely important, of course. But we tend to forget that when we talk about deforestation, when we talk about water pollution, plastic pollution, any environmental issue, there will always be indigenous people, local communities suffering from that. But not only suffering, also resisting. So we need to change that narrative of how the ecology is in the center, and we need to start seeing people and the ecology together. As we have seen today, this is very close to everyone, of course, in different ways. Inequality is very present, and this is why social justice is so important, because people are not affected in the same ways. But we need to start putting that into the conversation, and that's also why inclusion is so important. So we also need to start listening to those minorities and marginalized communities that have been historically excluded, because we have been listening to the same people and the same system and pattern over and over, and 28, almost 29 COPs later, we are still in the same crisis, and even in the worst we have seen. So maybe if we start including those voices, those people that have other systems of knowledge, also indigenous people are so important in the conversation, and yet they are not in the center, and they should be. So maybe if we start listening to those voices, we could start building a new world where all the systems of knowledge, context, experiences are listened to, but also considered. So yeah, I think that's why intersectionality is so important.
Thank you so much. So powerful and so important to make progress. And one of the themes I want to pick up on, and I want to flip to you, Gabby, is inclusion. A critical part of inclusion that we believe at the foundation is access to energy. You can't be part of the modern economy without being here in this air-conditioned room, on a cell phone, all of those things. And one of the things that I've learned this week is the work that GAP, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, is doing to support 18,000 households here in Colombia, make sure they have access to energy. I wanted to see if you could share, based on the work that you're doing at GAP and your long career in energy, if you could talk about how you've seen how improved energy access can contribute to economic outcomes, and in particular, maybe the economic empowerment of women. And if you could also perhaps talk about some of the most significant barriers that those unenergized communities are facing.
Thank you, Liz. And I feel a bit ashamed by all this wonderful young women empowering.
Try sitting here.
Yes. No. I just feel that I'm getting older. But yes, GF, as you said, is working on energy poverty, trying to implement some scalable solutions, innovative solutions, not only to support the energy transition of the countries, but also to reach those exactly communities that are excluded, that are underserved, that doesn't have energy. And that's precisely one of our main goals at GAP. And as you said, yes, one of the most underserved populations are precisely women. And we believe it's really important to include them in the participation of the design of projects and electricity, and involve them in more innovative conversation about the solutions that they really need. But this is not only about giving them electricity. It's not only about lighting up a bulb in a house. It's giving them the opportunity to use that energy into some business, into some endeavors that they want to do, into some economic development. And that's precisely what we are trying to do at GIAP. We are forming right now a universal access coalition with more than 14 partners that are working in Latin America. And we would like to include this topic of productive use of energy into one of the activities that will be essential to give access to the communities and mostly to the women. And what is productive use of energy? If you just give electricity to communities, they probably will use it to lighting up a bulb, to light up their houses. But the thing is that we want to change, for example, the mills and the agriculture tools that they have. They will work better with electricity. So if you can save time for women, they could also invest that time into some businesses, into some innovative solutions for the communities, into educate their children to have more opportunities, into getting another job outside of cultivating and their jobs in agriculture. But PUE itself is not only about giving them appliances and panel solars. It's more to give them the support and training them and understanding the unique characteristics and the unique needs for them. For example, women lack of many resources, including financing, including technology and energy as well. So if we can shake up a little bit the financing system for them to apply for credits, for them to apply for having appliances that really work with the jobs that they're trying to do, it will be a game changer into the women, into the communities, and also into the livelihoods of women of this community. So that's precisely what we are trying to do. We have very highlighting projects in Latin America. We have one in Haiti with a microfinance project that is Foncose, in which we are trying to give the women the appliances for this works, but not only give them the appliances, but also supporting them in training and maintenances of everything, of all the appliances that we are giving. We are also doing some great job in India and doing giving them the opportunity to electrify cold storage and milling as well, to have the produce, to save the produce and having in a good condition something that they didn't have before because they have to walk many kilometers to reach a market or similar. So that's pretty much what we are doing. We're reaching very good results with these projects, and as I said before, we've been looking at that through energy access, through these PUE projects, women are taking their livelihoods in a better way. So they're improving their life, they're improving their income, they're improving the life of their children, and they are doing a leadership work in their communities.
That's amazing. Thank you. All right, I see the signal for 5 minutes, so I want to just see if each of you can give me 1 minute or less. Tell me what your vision is for the next generation of climate activists, what might be the same and what might be different. And Ashley, I'm just going to start with you since you're on that end.
Okay, sounds good. My vision for the next set of climate activists would be that we will continue to reject incremental change that we're seeing by our leaders, but to embrace transformational policies and movements. And this isn't in the way how we live, but how we consume and connect with nature, planet, and health. I'll also love to see how we dismantle outdated systems that transform them into driving change. But also one of the biggest problems that the Caribbean is facing is that of economic loss after natural disasters. So my vision for the future is seeing how young persons are able to continuously advocate for environmental reparations from developed nations.
That's a vision. I'm going to say that I think that we're fostering a generation of activists that are bold and that are willing to work together and that know that we cannot reach real change alone. And my vision for the future is that we have this slogan in Amazônia de Pé, which translates in English to, we are the last generation that can save the Amazon. It can sound dramatic, but it's true. We are the last generation that can save the Amazon. So my vision for the future is that we'll look back and we will proudly say that we are the generation that saved the Amazon. That is my vision.
So inspiring. Well, as we have seen today, we are understanding more and more how the climate crisis is interconnected with all the crises that we're facing today. So how I perceive the next generation is a generation that advocates and that understands that those issues are intertwined and that the crisis needs to be seen from an integral point of view, not only to understand the problem, but also to find the solutions. And understanding that, also to fight to deliver a new message, because we know that everyone is aware of the climate crisis, but for some reason, there's not enough action. So maybe we can change that message. Maybe we need to make more accessible the information to all of these discussions that we're having now. So I think the next generation, we understood what the problem is. Now we need to continue and to keep fighting for inclusion and actual representation.
Amazing and inspiring. And I think I'll have a vision from the institutional side, because I think it's really important to engage with youth into the whole design plan and planning of projects in energy and energy access. This wouldn't only empower them, but for sure will focus solutions into more forward-thinking and bold initiatives like all you three are leading right now. So I think it's really important to have your voice into the initiatives that we are leading, that we are implementing, and of course I am inviting you to participate at our initiatives. But yes, that's my vision from institutional side.
Well, thank you, Gabby. I first of all, I wanted to commend you for everything that you are doing to change this planet for good. And thank you very much for taking the risk, for being bold and being unafraid, because I think that's the next future, well, that's the current future and the next future that we need to see. And for the audience, I hope you leave here inspired, optimistic, and actually with the deep recognition that if you really want to get something done, give it to a bunch of busy women. So thank you very much.
¿Cuáles? So let's continue with the next panel, the final panel, to close up this panel of powerful next generation women. It's unbelievable to see women doing great things for the planet. Let me remind you that if you are taking pictures, please use hashtag people, nature, and climate. And let's go then with the next conversatory, connecting people, nature, and climate, which is basically the title of this meeting, this convention. We have Cristina Figueres, founder of Global Optimism and Executive Secretary of the Convention of United Nations about Climate Change, UNFCCC. The moderator will be ex-president Juan Manuel Santos and Nobel Prize winner, founder of Compass Foundation, member of the board of directors of Wildlife Conservation Society and Rockefeller Foundation. So this will count with questions on behalf of the public. Let's keep on scanning the QR code on the screen before this panel finishes so you can send your questions. In this last conversation, we have Dr. Cristina Figueres, Ministry of Environment and Development, Sustainable Development, Susana Muhammad, and Juan Manuel Santos, ex-president of Republic. Good afternoon to everyone. This will definitely be the final conversation. I'd love to thank all the panel members. Everyone were superb. This was a series of very different, distinct discussions about different topics, but you can see everything is interconnected, intertwined. The challenge we have is huge, but still, we fill ourselves with optimism when you hear these young women, these people who have just discussed in the previous panel, that commitment, that passion of youth for this topic. That is what fills us up with optimism. I want to thank you and Rockefeller Foundation for this very wise decision and going to Latin America and finding Bogotá as its office, main office. And this is a good news for Colombia, for the Rockefeller Foundation too, because as Raj, our president, you have seen what you have here is work to be done. I'd like to take advantage of, to take the chance of commending, of congratulating something surprising, something I didn't have in the radar. I have to commend Pataletas, these two designers, two drawers who have highlighted each one of the stages of the steps, each one of the conversations. They've been painting on those boards and then hanging them on the walls. We have two exceptional people here. Obviously, our Minister of Environment, Susana Muhammad, the President of COP 2016, actually COP16, I'm sorry, we have been discussing about the success and some other topics that concern us all. And what else? What best discussion companion partner than Cristiana Figueres? She needs no presentation. No, she's a star of the environment, of the fight against climate change. And I saw her closely, how she involved in the Paris COP, which established those very ambitious but necessary goals. With her, we will discuss what she did, how she did it, and what has happened since then. We are going to start with this question, Christiana, thanking your presence here in this event, and thanking you for your permanent work done to save the planet. Actually, that is precisely what we want, saving the planet. Something that hopefully people will notice ever more. Some journalists were asking me about Venezuela and what they said, and the other one, and I told them, concentrate on what's important, the climate change, and what we're going to do to save the planet, because otherwise we will all be perishing soon. So, Christiana, my first question would be, within the current circumstances, we all know that we require a great cooperation among countries. Within countries, public, private sector, and among nations, youngsters, older people, elderly, but mostly among nations, to be able to implement the right decisions, the decisions that might really make a difference. I remember that in Paris, after this wonderful job with diplomacy, multilateral diplomacy, which requires a great ability and like an ant from country to country, but what closed up the agreement was a meeting between China and the United States, between Obama and Xi Jinping, the Chinese premier. That was the final thrust forward. Nowadays, these kinds of agreements have been much more difficult because of geopolitics. And I'm saying because of personal experience I had. I was invited by the president of COP28 of Arab Emirates to go because they were presiding the Security Council, for me to go and talk to them to convince them that they should get into the climate change topic with a very simple argument. What's happening is creating so many conflicts and such displacement in the world that this alters peace. Therefore, since the Security Council and United Nations were made to keep peace, they were telling me, get into that with regard to climate change. And I told them, and yes, I did a speech. The United States said, yes, we support the words of Santos, but the rest of the countries too, Africa, Latin America, and maybe Russia asked for the word and they rejected it. And then China also said no. After that, I started finding out the reasons, but it's a topic about geopolitics. And we have to convince those countries that there are certain things which are over the geopolitics. But because if we continue divided and non-cooperating, we are all going to lose. So, Christiana, what has happened since COP28, COP28, and how do you see the world before these commitments? How do you see the future? For example, in COP30, which is the one to be done next year in Brazil. How do you see this evolution? Thank you, President, for calling me some weeks ago and not giving me any other option than coming here. And Minister, my pleasure, and very respectful position, and I respect you a lot because of the lot of work you have. The direction of a COP, either weather change or climate change or biodiversity, is something big, something difficult. President, since you called me and gave me the mandate of coming here and I obeyed, I will disobey you just a bit. And telling you it's not like we're ruling the planet. The planet has been for the longest before the human species appeared on the surface of Earth. If we're so ignorant that we create conditions that might not be favorable for the presence of human beings or human species, which is something like we are doing, the planet will keep on after us and will keep on evolving in a different way than the one we have had in the last 4,000 million years. So we have to be conscious of what we are doing in trying to have the conditions we had in the last 12,000 years in the Holocene, an era which gives us the environmental conditions for us to be able, as humans, to be able to expand throughout the planet and for us to be able to reproduce and have what we badly call nowadays civilization. And we're trying to save the minimum level of these conditions because some of them have already escaped. We are trying to protect a range of conditions that might allow us to keep on as human species, and that might allow us to minimize fear and human pain, despair. The truth is that the increase of climate change and the inclusion of biodiversity deterioration are giving rise to unsustainable situations for millions of people, and this has shown the compulsory migration, not because they want, but because their welfare does not allow them to.
So I do agree with you, Mr. President. What we have right now is a very complex geopolitical. It's difficult to be managed at the multilateral level. Good luck, Minister. So all the countries agree. But also, I do believe that the situation we are facing right now requires not only a conversation and work that is beyond or above geopolitical and also under politics, both. Because I don't want to speak about biodiversity. Here we have the owner of that topic. I don't want to speak about it, but about climate change. I would say that the governments said what needs to be done to decarbonize the global economy through a couple of decades. And that critical path has been defined on the Paris Accord. So what we need to do is to implement that path or the route. That implementation is not done, needs to be done by the government. Of course, the government to traduce that to national plans. Of course, that's what that's about. But the private sector, the civil society, meaning now we have the humans, the entire humans have to take that responsibility, not only to the government, because sadly or happily or both, the truth is that today the leadership of progress is not an individual leadership of 196 people, which are the chief of the chiefs. This is a situation we had before, but that is no longer the case. The leadership today is a fully disseminated leadership, and the responsibility is on us and everyone. The responsibility is not to export, but all of us have to assume or be accounted for. So that's the reason why geopolitics are there. But my God, let that not be the handbrake. Then they buy things, they discuss issues, but the Security Council has never been a body of progress. Unfortunately, that has never been the case, and the responsibility is on us, all of us. So geopolitics, yes, but socio-political, where we all participate. I think that's more important and more urgent. Thank you, Minister. Before I ask you a question, allow me to, because it has to do with the name you gave to the COP, an anecdote I want to share with you. Back in 2010, when I was positioned on August 7th, I left very early in the morning. I left with Jack Leslie, a friend of mine, a good friend of mine. He's an American, he's a friend of mine. We went to the Sierra Nevada here in Santa Marta, in the north side of Colombia. Please go with me. I'm going to go with my family. I'm going to request authorization to the indigenous communities represented in one of the most traditional communities, the Kogis. I'm going to ask them for authorization. I'm going to ask their blessing so I can go to the Congress and become a president. Just to acknowledge our elder brothers. And in fact, that's what happened. I went there, they gathered, and they told me, we gather and we gathered together and we gave you a mandate. They gave me a cane, the mandate, the command cane. They told me, we give you this cane, and they gave me some rocks. We give you a mandate. I know that you want to sign an agreement with the FARC, the peace agreement with them, but that's good. But we also give you the mandate to make peace with nature, because if you don't make peace with nature, that peace with the FARC guerrillas, it won't be as important. So once you finish your mandate, you give us the cane back. And I went back. I positioned. I became president, and we made effort to make peace with the FARC. And we make effort of making peace with nature. Everything we spoke about this morning, but especially the initiative. She's one of the main protagonists of the development, sustainable development goals. At the end of my mandate, I went back to return the cane on July 10th, 2018, around that date. And I went very proud with two documents. The peace agreement, the 320 pages of the peace agreement accord with the FARC, and the Sustainable Development Goals. We own that because it was a Colombian initiative, so I did bring that to them. They told me, very interesting, Mr. President, come back in a week. And I told my elder brothers, and I said, yes, I'll come back in a week. And I came back July 18th. And they told me, the peace agreement is very good, but the sustainable development plans goals is missing a fundamental factor. We don't like that. And I told them, but you can imagine the effort, all the countries around the world, you cannot imagine the effort, the negotiation to choose the number of goals. What's missing, he said. They said, you're missing the spiritual factor. And I asked, what that is? Or what is that? And that's something very important, Mr. President, because if you want peace with nature, human beings, beginning with you, you need to feel that nature is alive, that the mountains are alive, that the rivers have lives, that the oceans have life, that the animals have rights, that nature has rights. And if you don't treat nature as an equal, and if you continue treating nature as a second level citizen, you will never have peace with them. That was so powerful that I told them then, what do you want me to do? What do you want us to do? So we won't receive the cane, keep on working, making peace with nature, and so we won't receive the canes. And that's what we are doing. Since that day, they gave me this bracelet. It's a little thread they made, an assurance that protects you. July 18th, 2018, and I still have it. And it's still there with me. So that means that we have a lot to, Minister, we have lots to do, Minister. So it's in your hands. And then you'll give me that then, right? Thank you for coming here, Minister. As Cristiana said, you have a huge responsibility. This is something that really moves your heart, comes from your soul, or moves your soul. This is a very complex issue. So why don't you tell us what's been done and what you're expecting from this important meeting, or the meeting which is the COP16, what you expect from it? Thank you very much, President Santos. Thank you. A special greetings to Cristiana Figueres. Of course, she opens an important path, a very complex path, for climatic negotiations. Colombia made the decision of becoming host of COP16. Also, taking it halfway, because the headquarters was going to be Turkey. When Turkey canceled for internal issues, we decided becoming the center, the hub, because we only had 2 years to organize such a process. So when we took the responsibility, we only had 2 months. It was a huge challenge, but we saw 3 strategic messages that after a year of global negotiations, with the message by the President Petro in all the negotiations we participated, then we said that we have 3 things we want to contribute to the multilateral process. The first one is We want for the COP for biodiversity. We have three conventions of the Rio de Janeiro. Maybe the mode that has more political profile is the climate. That means because half of it is in the heart of it, meaning the oil. That's the reason why it's so strategic. But biodiversity is more like a climatic, climate, environmental COP of environmentalists, but coming from a country, mega biodiverse country, and seeing where we were positioned in the geopolitical transition, which is the transition of changing conditions for the humans and what that could mean in the immediate future. And coming from a mega diverse country, we saw the big opportunity of contributing to an agenda that tried to give to be better more than decarbonization. So we saw the first message that we saw from a strategic point of view. Although we have one side of the coin, which is the energetic transition that today has a very political profile, economical, geopolitical profile. The other side of the coin, which is the second movement of the 21st century, that if we don't do it at the same time, maybe we will not be able to stabilize those conditions of ranks that enable certain adaptation of the human beings, is to recover the strength of the nation on the cycles of the planet. The strength of nature that is weakened precisely for this civilization based on fossil and to alternatives that are arising on the horizon. So some ideas that certain technologies are going to replace full systems with certain serious questions, and who is developing those technologies, who controls them, what the impacts are. This new branch of geoengineering, we can modify the systems, we can modify the systems in the earth so we can adapt even better. What really concerns us politically is that some of those could be fake visions, but also increases the inequality among countries that have had between countries that have had more technology with countries that have more biodiversity. So we were left in a very passive perspective, or we look for an agenda where the care and ecological restoration of the ecology could be the other side of the coin. Climate transition and decarbonization. Therefore, there is a first fundamental goal, which is to position the care or the recovery of biodiversity and the need for life to rise again on the planet. Once we decarbonize, we can set that carbon, but we need the same importance on that agenda. That's the first part. This is not minor, being here on a forum for Latin America. Maybe the continent that has 40% of the biological diversity, but altogether as a region, we have not asked ourselves in depth, what does that mean for the security of our populations, our contribution to the humanity, but the position of a strategic location as a region. The second point is still in our ancestral culture we have 115 indigenous peoples. Over 65 different languages are spoken in this country. We have a deep millennial knowledge of the relation humanity-nature, humanity and ecosystems, and we do understand that one key of that transcendental change is how we see the human being, the beings, live beings in nature. And in September 14, we're going to launch the concept Peace with Nature that Colombia wants to position on a multisexual coalition. We like that principle adopted by the biological diverse, that this is done mobilizing of the government, the society. We're going to launch that on September 14 with the 14 peoples of the Sierra Nevada and Santa Marta. The concept Peace with Nature and the logic of the coalition we want to work together. As a coalition, its purpose is to put three things in the center. There is no change if there is no conception of our relation with the natural systems. Therefore, making peace with nature becomes a question that we hope permeates all the sectors and all the reflections we're doing from all the sectors. What does it mean to have an industry that makes peace with nature? What does it mean for a financial system that makes peace with nature? What does it mean for base communities? What does it mean of a governments or society that makes peace with nature? At the end, it's a way of living that reproduces systematically the natural systems and not to destroy them like the way of living and economy that we have today, but also raises a second point, peace with nature in world with conflict and war. In 1 week, a war between Russia and Ukraine, they spend the same amount of resources we need for a decade. We should seek a geopolitical strategy. We need to establish unity links to recover those ecosystems. If countries jointly or different populations aim to recover that lost nature as an opportunity, economical opportunity, we could create solidarity and peace links. We continue with that systematic destruction of the natural systems. What Christiana is saying is very clear. You know what you mentioned. What we're going to do, we're going to expand the conflicts. The challenge for the governments can generate very severe problems with the geopolitical part. In a world where world that starts feeling in chaos, insecurity, there is a concrete action to recover security, a movement that works to recover the ecosystems jointly. And there is something very interesting which might not have the climate part in it, but all the communities, all the citizens, they have some type of relationship with nature, either in their cities, their parks, the regions, wherever they come from. This is a global action movement, a very concrete movement that can be deployed and that can be powerfully deployed. That can generate a very systematic action for change. And we do believe it can generate some pressure to decarbonization, because on the other hand, if we do not decarbonize, there is no action in favor of nature. So nature can adapt to this climate change also. We have these two objectives, and the third one is the COP for the people. If a organization for all the government and society, we have created the largest green zone of the COP has had. That happens for the climatic COP of 350 square meters in public spaces, 16 auditoriums, 12 stages in Cali, 7 universities with their campuses active, where we're going to have 2 weeks of social mobilization in favor against with all the sectors of the society.
There's a huge work done with indigenous peoples, with Afro-descending communities, women, scientists, that probably will permeate the climate of negotiation in the southern region, but also to create a positive momentum. This Cali COP is the implementation. That transcendental decision was made 2 years ago in Montreal, adopting the 23 goals for biodiversity preservation, But in Cali, it's the movement, the preservation, the possibility of all of us doing something, and we have a way to do it, but also facing the difficult discussions. Colombia has no fear of facing all these difficult discussions. We won't position as the best management example of biodiversity. We have lots of issues, but we want to inst the world for the same political profile than climate. We think they go hand in hand, biodiversity and climate change, and this should be a question, a systemic question, being the COP of people, where governments should make progress like society, but if they don't, for society to make progress in the best way. I will do two more concrete questions, and it is referred to the first point, your first point. Putting biodiversity at the same level as climate change. Many of us have been for a long time proposing that instead of two summits, to have a functional one summit. They are the two sides of a coin. Without biodiversity, the fight against climate change does not make any sense. And if we do not control weather change or climate change, biodiversity disappears. And for some reason, COP of biodiversity is not as important as the climate change COP. We have a golden opportunity. Brazil should be interested in, if they want their COP30 to be successful, that in this COP be made this decision to unite them. And I am almost sure that most of the countries, even with regard to bureaucratic issues, instead of having teams to go to both, there should be one team going to each one. And that would be feasible to... And the second question would be, I come from the world of journalism. Before being a public servant, I always think of what the newspaper title will be the next day. What is your aspiration, minister, as an objective goal that the media can say? Because in these summits, the little experience I have, you have to pre-cook many of these goals. When you get to the summit, to the final meeting where all the presidents and ministers are, you have already negotiated what will come out from it. So what is your aspiration of the product? And is that proposal of fusioning, uniting, joining these two kinds of summits into one, can that be materialized? You have to analyze first terms, synchronicity. COP 16 was agreed in COP 15. We did not know we were going to be the foster country, the hosts. So that would be a great proposal. We have been working on that. There's a certain number of challenges. There is a whole system of multilateral bureaucratic system, but yes, we need the synergies of the Rio conventions, the climate, biodiversity, and desertification. This year, for the first time, these three conventions happen one after the other before December. And yes, you are right. There is a state wear out and an administrative wear out, but there's a huge synergy, a momentum. in the Assembly of United Nations, we will have a meeting of the four presidents of the COP in biodiversity in Cali, the COP in Azerbaijan, and the one of desertification in Saudi Arabia, as well as the one in Brazil, to disentangle the process and create systematic synergies. We now have an action plan to comply with the COP of the Montreal Agreement that is very specific for Colombia, but in many countries of Latin America, to me, that is practically the same program or programmatic agenda. If I stop deforestation, restore the ecosystems at the same time, I am facing the main source of emissions, the lack of forestry coverage. I am improving biodiversity, and I am facing or approaching the climate catastrophes that happen in the world. Nowadays, systematically with deforestation, that is where the excess climate disasters are happening. Systematically in the Caribbean, in Los Andes, 80% deforested, Caribbean 70% deforested. Then we complain about the lack of water. So to us in Colombia, to recover that lost nature, restoring ecosystems, doing this as a social and economic opportunity, joins the four actions into a territory concrete solution. There is a position in COP 2016 about synergies. It's very weak yet, but the topic has already been set forth. I don't know if there will be a solution, but it is being cooked for this in 92, in 24 in Brazil to have the solution of its relationships. Now, what about the three political objectives Colombia is setting forth, putting it on the table to develop in the next years as president of the Convention of Biodiversity in bioclimatic mobilization on behalf of the whole government and society? These would be the three theses Colombia would be setting forth, and one of the things we want to launch politically in COP 2016. There are various positions of the Coleman framework of Montreal. If they are approved, they would disentangle the discussions in other conventions. Firstly, topic regarding financing. Same discussion that happens in climate change, same in biodiversity, and Colombia has created the scenario for this discussion to go deeper or in depth better. And the decision made during these 2 years looks like a smaller decision, but the context we want to give it, we want it to open up an intergovernment mechanism, multilateral mechanism, to generate the capability of articulating different financial mechanisms that might allow for separating them from the purpose of environmental justice. Some of the countries of the global south have new demands, and they do not agree with the logics of the multilateral system of cooperation to development as an incidence of the northern countries in the agendas of the southern countries. What we're looking for is more equality in the schemes of financing. There is a species of rebellion to this logics of the donors imposing rules, and the same rules during the latest 30 years. There are questions of the external debt versus the ecosystemic systems or approaches. Now, doing these changes, qualifiers ask from 8 to 11%, while in the north is less than 5%. So who will triplicate our renewables? Are we going to do another cycle of exploitation of minerals for the transition, devastating biodiversity during 30 years for the north to be able to industrialize the new technologies of energy and then sell it to us? That is what's happening in the climate and the intersection with climate change. We want to bring the economy and the changes. These are concrete decisions. You put it, and then you end up having smaller decisions with COP, but it's a first step in the multilateral system. We hope that instead of blocking this financial decision, which has all its potential of reaching it, we hope we can reach working in the Convention of Biodiversity in an intergovernment process to end up having a final financial product on the scale of the transition of the framework Cuban Montreal, which faces from global taxes to people who use biodiversity or countries who use or exchange for debt, national debt against nature, or the financing that they committed, the countries from the north committed to the south, and how to create credit engines in the transition of biodiversity. That would be the first objective. Second objective would be is very mature in the negotiation. This will be very challenging, but if we are able to approve it, it opens up a very interesting window, and it is what shall we do with the enterprises that are using the genetic resources digitalized in databases and which do not want to come to the countries in doing agreements, so the countries which have the biodiversity won't receive the benefits of that commercial usage of the biodiversity. The idea would be to create a multilateral mechanism to charge for those database countries to use these biologic diversity samples and to pay for them to all these countries. And this globalization, we agree upon governments, and they're good news. The industrial sectors have met, and we have an agreement with private sectors. We have an agreement among many countries. We could generate a mechanism. So from the COP, we would have a mechanism for implementation. A third decision a key one, would be the approval of the work program for local communities and indigenous peoples. What does this mean? That all states commit to 4 strategic points that indigenous peoples are proposing. First, for them to access directly without going through a huge bureaucracy that we have created at a multilateral level, and their political recognition as defenders or guardians of 80% of biodiversity. And secondly, to indigenous people and local communities to put them to work at the same level of the states, which generates nervous positions on behalf of the states, but the voice of the indigenous peoples of the world and the communities that take care of biodiversity to be empowered in COP towards that decision. That decision, that work decision, would generate an active process of a critical stakeholders. If we do not foster governance with indigenous peoples, since they govern at least a third of the national territory, at least in Colombia, that would be a weakness. And lastly, we want to generate a positive momentum, which would be the headlines of the newspaper. From the Cali COP, we would have an energy pushing the Montreal Cuban framework, a changing energy that where countries show their biodiversity plans. The headline would be, the countries have committed with the Cuban Montreal framework. The goals are going to be complied with, and that is a goal, a reality, and it is on its way. instead of getting into a pessimistic logics where governments do not comply with, we're not going anywhere. The typical ritual where we are not complying with. From Cali, we have to have a solid mobilization that will send a light of hope, a beacon of hope, and that this crisis we can solve it jointly. Cristiano, I promise not to say again the planet is under peril, under risk. I will try using another expression. But taking advantage of your presence and the presence of the ministry and the juncture we're living, you are one of the people with more knowledge and authority to be able to give your opinion on what we're doing. Let me give you a question that maybe the minister is going to think. What do you give as a hint to the minister at this juncture for COP to be successful? And where is the role, that contradictory binomy of your program? Optimism versus rage. Please explain why you have optimism and rage and how each one play on this equation and how we can focus on them into recommendations and criticisms, since we all like to be criticized to become better upon what the minister has said. Okay, President, since I have 2 daughters, since they were little, I have been trained in not giving any counsel, since they are never well received by your daughters, right? So no, I do not give any counsel for the longest. But I was hearing you, listening to you, and excuse me, President, I would like to link 2 threads here. Firstly, they gave you back the baton, and that is a beautiful symbolic gesture. And I would like to link it with what the minister has told us. I was thinking that what you are telling, what the minister is telling us at this technical, political, multilateral level, but what is under it? What would the baton say? And I think that what links the baton with what the minister is explaining is the fact that we have forgotten radically of our relationship with nature. Since the industrial era, we have lived from or of nature, extracting minerals, metals, carbon or coal, oil, etc., everything. Extracting and discarding. We have lived too many years of nature. What the minister has enlightened us with is that we're in a moment, a magnificent moment, where we have to live along with nature. What the elders told you, peace with nature. And that is a very difficult process, but necessary and urgent, which takes us to a third stage, the stage of towards the future, understanding that we are nature as such. It's not that we're not, that human beings are here and nature is here. There is an unbelievable author, Mariana Marija. She says, I am soil. What she says is that us human beings are nature, our soil. Nature is human beings. There is no difference. I bring it here because if we understood this, we wouldn't have any issue in joining the conventions, because nature does not see the difference between biodiversity, desertification, climate change. There is no difference. If the baton could speak, how 3 conventions? Who invented this? If this is one nature, which includes humans, if the baton could speak, it would say, this millenary knowledge is the one we have to go back to. The future is the past, and the past is the future. And if we do not understand this, we won't have any future. That is the wisdom we have with humility and true, real humility. We have been so superb in knowing it all. With humility, we should recognize that we have achieved a lot. Yes, we're better today than 100 years ago, but we have screwed up a lot, definitely.
And that's what angers me, Mr. President, that we know we screwed up. Science tells us. The scientists are on top of the ceiling screaming many years ago, telling us what we need to do. And we know we have screwed up. We made mistakes. We know that. And what angers me is that we are so behind. What gives me some optimism, and we have to play with both, because otherwise anger is what gives you energy. Optimism is what leads the progress, because anger with optimism paralyzes us, and optimism without anger has no energy. So those 2 factors led us to a space of many possibilities, which is the space the minister is exploring, the space of realizing that all those divisions that we invented was made up of different races or genders, of who say, who am I, who are you? We invented that. We invented that. Nature does not see us like that. So as we invented that, we can revert it and we can restructure that. And to the future, not in Cali, because we are not there yet, but we're giving small steps towards a future where we understand that we are part of nature. Thus, declaring peace to nature, being able to live, think, and act as the nature does, not separate from nature. Very good. We have made a lot of progress in different fronts. There is one that has called my attention the most. I am a lawyer in development. That's how attorneys call the economist. I am not an attorney, I'm not a lawyer. But since I was in the government, there was an idea, and I promoted that on the Constitutional Court to give rights to nature. And the court, at some point, issued a ruling which made the most strongest river in the world, the Atrato. It gave rights to that river, and that really detonated different reactions. And the issue is going to be that constitutions and environment and nature, and they're going to bring, or maybe one of the constitutionalist Italiano Ferrajoli, he just wrote a book about the need of having a constitution globally defending nature, because nature has its rights. It's a very interesting concept, a very deep concept, very bold concept that changes the rules on a game. If a citizen can make a complaint or demand other when that person is destroying something, so the law doing what you both said to needs to be done to change the behavior of the human being towards the nature. Help using the law so that behavior changes. That's why I am optimist. Thanks to that, I am optimist. It's a good combination. The good combination, those two words that you choose, the energy and optimism, and anger and optimism. Minister, what angers you, Minister? More than anger, I get this indignation feeling. And I have a feeling of indignation when it comes to inequality. And I have the same feeling, a strong feeling of indignation. The most difficult are the power structures. And there is where you try to face them, but feeling subject of that same power, that's difficult. We have felt it as a woman in politics, and that angers you. You live that when you try to find path for decarbonization. And I think that logic, okay, if we are able to see not only that we have realized that we are going through a path that we're trashing life, and we have built the tools to predict the future with very certain modeling. Why do we continue on the same path where we continue expanding the fossil usage? Although there is some acknowledgement through decades, but there is not a problem. We cannot say that there is no information, there is no awareness. We have an issue with the power structures, I think. If I could change my indignation with hope, I will use the social mobilization from the bottom. That is where humanity will find the concrete meaning of life. Like many ants together, we can challenge those power structures, and we can challenge those in a revolutionary way, in a positive way that could bring different realities, that builds different senses. And one of those senses could be the value of nature, that cognitive change. And I see that in the new generations. I see that in different circumstances. And we see people risking their lives for defending an ecosystem, even if they're putting their own lives in risk. We're in a country where environmental defenders are assassinated during that process. When resisting power, I think, and if they have a cognitive way of thinking, there is hope, and there is when where that indignation becomes a possibility of hope, or that gives you energy to continue working. The king tells us that we don't have more time. The time is up. So it is up. Time is up. So a reflection. Tomorrow there is an event on the Andes University where one of the scientists, Johan Roxon, is going to intervene, is going to tell us, be careful. We have around 6 to 7 years to make the right decisions and for those to have some type of effect. Otherwise, we'll go to a no return point. So this has some urgency attached to it. So it is important to foster this at all the level of the global leaders, for them to stop thinking about their selections and for them to think about the future and to take long-term decisions. And as you said also, from the bottom, from the community level, is from the bottom up when you better produce the positive reaction. And that's the reason why I'm optimistic, hearing what we heard today in this event. But that's what's happening around the world. I don't know how many events like these are being carried out around the world, and more with more empathy. And as I mentioned this morning, I was indifferent to things, but when I started studying about the subject, I became a passionate green for the green. People have to become what we call today guardians of the planet. We'll have to become guardians of the planet. You are all have been invested as the guardians of the planet. Thanks for coming today. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Christiana.
Thank you. Muchísimas gracias a todos por asistir a este evento. Gracias a la Fundación Rockefeller, a la WWF Colombia y a la Fundación Compás por la organización de este evento, y por supuesto gracias al apoyo de la Alcaldía Mayor de Bogotá, a WCS